video is starting now.
To accomplish that purpose.
Subscribe to get future updates.
Get ready for some spy thrillers and noir detective mysteries with The Man Called X, Secret Agent K7, Dangerous Assignments, Richard Diamond, Dick Tracy, The Avengers, Whistler, Shadow, Falcon, and Top Secret.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the Man Called X. You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. For Frigidaire refrigerators are made only by Frigidaire, a division of General Motors. And it is this association of Frigidaire and General Motors, this association of experience with experience, of skill with skill, that makes Frigidaire America's favorite refrigerator. Remember this when you choose your new refrigerator. Remember that millions of Frigidaires in millions of American homes have established Frigidaire's reputation for complete dependability, for lasting satisfaction. Yes, you're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. For Frigidaire refrigerators are made only by Frigidaire, a division of General Motors. More Frigidaire refrigerators serve in more American homes than any other make. Now, Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the Man Called X.
Pirates? Did you say pirates, Chief?
That's what I said, Ken. Pirates.
You don't mean those jokers with trick hats, patches over one eye, and knives in their mouths. That's from Technicolor. This is 1948.
Bill Schmidt, the modern pirate is a little different. Uses two-way radio, machine guns, and diesel engines. And he looks like any other ship's passenger.
You mean these pirates are for real? Mr. Thurston, you told me we were going on a little cruise.
We are, Pagon. A cruise down the China coast.
Now, this gang of pirates have taken more than $2 million in gold from China coast steamers in the last 6 months. The Chinese Maritime Bureau expects to hear from them again soon. And they've asked for you, Ken.
But they didn't ask for Zelsmith. So I'll get my money back on my yachting suit. No pirate is going to make me walk the plank. I resign, please.
That's too bad, Pagon. My Mandarin dialect will do up north, but farther south in Hong Kong, I could use your knowledge of Cantonese.
Hong Kong? Well, why didn't you say we were going to Hong Kong? I withdraw my resignation.
The black marketeer's heaven.
Who's afraid of pirates? Excuse me now, please.
Okay, Chief.
Now, look, Ken, I know Pagon's a hard man to keep a secret from. But no one, not even the captain of the ship, the Manchu Queen, which you're boarding in Tsingtao, will know there's 1,000 pounds of gold aboard it.
At the present price of gold, that's over $1 million.
Yes, and it belongs to the China Food Mission for the purchase of grain.
With China's ruinous inflation, gold or foreign currency is all that can be used in business.
What do you say, Ken?
Well, if I don't go and the gold isn't delivered, it means a couple of million people won't live out the winter.
That's what it would mean, Ken. Starvation.
There's a strange thing about gold, Chief. You ever notice that where gold is dear, life is cheap?
Well, I'll tell Miss Brooks to make your reservations for Tsingtao.
Pagon, the ship's ready to sail.
What a place, this Tsingtao. I make my first good profit in a year, a nice little deal, and what happens?
Don't tell me Pagon Zellschmidt didn't get his money.
Oh, no, I got paid. In Chinese money. $12 million to one American buck. I need 4 boats to take my profit with me. How are you doing, Mr. Thurston?
The leader of this piracy outfit, the one we're looking for, would very likely book passage through to Hong Kong first class. There are only 3 such bookings to Hong Kong.
And one of them is really first class. Oh, what a cookie.
Miss Bei Bao, you saw her?
Like a ripe peach. Bei Bao. Ah, that means precious one.
Never mind the precious one. What about the other 2 first-class passengers?
Well, there's an American, James Bliss, and another Chinese, a man, David Mao. Hey, look at those people coming aboard in steerage. That bunch wearing brown nightgowns and those baskets covering their heads.
They're a religious order. Taoist priests, I think.
That's right. Wear those baskets over their heads to shut out the evil of the world. I'm Captain Durfee. You're Thurston?
Yes, I am. Glad to know you.
My owners asked me to look out for you.
Those holy men. You poor devils. You half-starved.
They've been on a pilgrimage, praying for the end of China's inflation. Anything I can do for you, Mr. Thurston?
Well, just get us to Hong Kong safely.
Oh, you've been reading the newspapers. Stop worrying. We've no gold aboard, and even if we did have, these beggars know better than to try anything on Captain Durfee's ship.
Very reassuring, Captain Durfee. Tell me, though, how can a modern ship be pirated in this 20th century?
The pirates come aboard as passengers, the leader in first class, his gang spread out in second, third, and steerage. With 20th century weapons, they overcome the crew, seize the gold, and make off in diesel-powered junks.
Not much chance of beating an organization like that.
Oh, I've found a 20th century weapon that takes care of them.
Machine guns?
No, the high-pressure fire hose.
Fire hose?
That's right, fire hose. A 100-pound, 3-inch stream of water crushing their bodies and washing them over the side is deadlier than bullets. And best of all, 10 fathoms of shark-infested water provides swift justice.
Justice.
Oh, you're casting off. I'll see you at dinner. Mr. Thurston and Mrs. Zelschmidt will be with you all the way to Hong Kong.
Hi. You are interested in business in Hong Kong, Mr. Zelschmidt?
Oh, sure, Miss Precious. Maybe you know someone who wants to buy some imported Chinese money?
Miss Bei Bao, we're just touring out of San Francisco on American passports. Last Wednesday, due back in New York in November.
That is almost a thumbnail dossier.
Why not? Since we're all strangers, heading for one destination, to save a lot of time, if all of us told who we are, where we're going, and why, straight out.
Well, my story is hardly worth telling. I am an entertainer, a singer. I cannot live on my salary, the horrible inflation. I must find work in Hong Kong or I cannot live.
And you, Mr. Mao?
I am a businessman, a rug exporter in Tsingtao. To watch the misery of my people starving under the inflation is much more than I can stand. I sold out my business and I am retiring to Hong Kong. Running away, I suppose.
Oh, what's your story, Mr. Bliss?
Is this part of the fare? I thought I paid for my passage in gold.
Oh, come, Mr. Bliss. That kind of attitude only focuses greater curiosity on you.
I'm sure we're all wondering how you got your arm in that cast, if nothing else.
Okay, you want my biography? Bliss, sucker, ex-flying tiger pilot, age 28. Now on the beach, broke, with a busted wing. My business is war, and I'm on my way to Hong Kong to sell my services.
To whom, Mr. Bliss?
The side that bids the most and the hardest money.
Well, now that everyone knows one another, how about a drink?
No, just a second, Captain Durfee. Let's hear about you.
Me? Well, I'm just the ship's captain.
Yeah, but I've heard this is your last voyage. That you're retiring.
This is true. China's inflation has me on the run, too. Like Miss Bei Bao, I can't live on my salary. Moving to Hong Kong to look for a job ashore.
And I always thought you could get rich with inflation.
Now, you can, Pagon. Depends which side you're on.
Oh, by the way, not that I expect any trouble, but if you have any valuables, it'd be wise to put them in my vault. Boy, bar boy, the drinks are on me, folks.
That Bliss fellow or that Precious one? Even the captain. All broke running from inflation.
All but David Mao. Right now, I'd say he was almost likely candidate for the piracy leader.
But he is rich. Why should he want to get mixed up with piracy?
Just because he's the only one who's gotten rich out of inflation. Selling rugs for American dollars and paying off the rug makers in paper.
A good, safe business and strictly legal. Why should he run off to be a pirate? It doesn't make sense.
A man running away from hard money and gold could only be running to harder money and more gold. Come on. Let's have a talk with Mr. Mao.
He was in his cabin a little while ago. I saw him.
Come inside. Close the door. Well, look at this. A picture of Miss B. Oh.
To my precious one, David, from Precious One. A dreampoos like that should even be able to handle my inflation.
Interesting. Mr. Mao and the Precious One pretending to be strangers.
The door.
Behind that closet curtain, quick. Good evening, Mr. Bliss.
Ah, Thurston.
What are you doing in Mao's cabin?
It's sneaky.
I had a proposition to make to Mao.
And you figured a little inside information wouldn't hurt.
Information never hurt any proposition.
You wouldn't mean piracy of a gold cargo by any chance?
Guess you and I are working on the same side of the street, Thurston. I figured Mao for being head man, too. But it's your property now, Thurston. You got here first. If you can use a pilot with a broken wing, call Bliss.
Just a minute, Bliss. You know that every ounce of gold taken off this ship means the lives of hundreds of Chinese people.
Lay off the Boy Scout routine, Thurston. The cheapest thing in China is people. I learned that risking my own neck for $250 a month.
$250 and a reason, Bliss. You fought for the right side, remember?
Okay, sucker.
Any sign of Mao yet, Pagon? Been out of his cabin for almost an hour.
Let's get some sleep, Mr. Thurston. Anyone can see nothing's going to happen tonight.
This is it. They're breaking loose in steerage. Someone gave the signal from the top deck. Stay here, Pagon. I'm going to the bridge.
To the stations. To the stations. Passengers remain in cabins.
Where did it start, Captain?
These so-called holy men in steerage, sly devils. They had guns stashed away in a lifeboat.
I heard the shooting. I ran.
Attempted piracy, Miss Baybow. Nothing to worry about. I think we can handle it.
Captain Durfee, D-deck under control. Steerage passengers disarmed.
Nice work, Captain.
Chief Swanson and D-deck. Bring those pirates up on A-deck, starboard side.
A-deck, starboard side. Yes, sir.
We are out of danger now?
Everything under control now, Miss Baybow.
I thought there was no gold aboard, Captain.
That is what you told us.
My owners told me nothing of a gold shipment.
Who gave the signal to start the uprising, Captain Durfee?
Come over to the radio shack and see.
Let me out! Let me out! I demand you open this door!
David! No, it's impossible!
David Mao.
Caught him breaking up the radio room.
I demand an explanation.
David, what happened?
I came up to deposit my valuables as the captain suggested. He seized me and threw me in here.
I caught him destroying the radio.
You lie.
We
I
checked the
came up-
valuable story, found nothing in the stateroom.
You lie! Untie my hand at once.
The radio room is wrecked, all right?
It couldn't have been Mr. Mao. I will vouch for him.
You'll all have a chance to do some vouching in the Admiralty Court at Hong Kong. You're flying there under my custody. Mr. Mao is going to the brig tonight.
Flying?
That's right. Mate, take this man to the brig.
No! Let me go! Let me go!
This is disgraceful, Captain.
Now, look,
I am
Mr.
sure
Thurston.
that...
Coming on the deck below. The pirates from steerage.
Poor devils. Are you taking those pilgrims in custody to Hong Kong, too, Captain?
Mr. Swanson, pressure on the fire hose.
Captain! You can't wash those men overboard.
I'm captain of the ship, person. I know how to deal with these scum.
The
In just a moment, we continue with A Man Called X, created by J. Richard Kennedy. This is Wendell Niles speaking. If you're a homemaker, you know that whenever there's a 2 or 3 day holiday, like this Labor Day weekend, you need extra room in your refrigerator for things that you have to buy ahead of time. That's when you really can be grateful for Frigidaire's new design that gives you up to 50% more food storage space in the same kitchen space. Yes, even in a small kitchen, you can have more room to store foods than ever before. In any size kitchen, you can have more refrigerator room for your money. All the new Frigidaire refrigerators bring you this extra storage space along with a meter miser, simplest cold maker ever built, quick cube trays for instant ice service, glass-topped hydrator for fruits and vegetables, and many other important advantages. Frigidaire Deluxe refrigerators give you such extra features as a full-width super freezer chest that holds up to 50 pounds of frozen foods and a unique sliding basket drawer for eggs and small packages. Remember how Frigidaire refrigerators give you more room, make housekeeping easier in countless ways. And always remember, ask to see the name Frigidaire when you ask to see a new refrigerator. And now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. An attempt to seize $1 million worth of gold at sea belonging to a famine relief organization was blocked by the ship's captain. David Mao, a passenger, has been charged with destroying the ship's radio as part of a piracy attempt and is now in the brig. It is the next morning. The ship is in dock at Shanghai, and we pick up Ken, Pagan, Miss Bei Bao, Bliss, and Captain Durfee on their way to the ship's brig to take David Mao ashore with them.
It is ridiculous and cruel. I am sure Mr. Mao can explain everything at the Admiralty Court in Hong Kong.
That's why we're flying to Hong Kong this morning, Miss Beibao, to get explanations. Here we are, to the right.
The door to the brig's open. He's gone. Mao's escaped.
What's that?
No, he couldn't.
The guard, cold as a herring.
Well, Miss Beibao,
Slugging the guard and escaping kind of ties in with your catching him in the radio room last night, doesn't it, Captain?
Where could he have gone?
whoever helped him would know.
Are you insinuating?
Captain, do you mind if I meet you at the airport later?
I have a car waiting for all of us.
Mr. Zellschmidt and I'll go up in a cab.
Suit yourself. Only don't hold up the flight.
See you all later.
Where could that Mao fellow be? We've only been in port 2 hours.
David Mao is dead, Pagon. The Shanghai police picked up his body an hour ago.
Pan-American Airlines, flight number 7, leaving Shanghai for Kobe, Osaka, Yokohama.
I'm sorry, Thurston, but as dispatcher of this field, I have to tell you that the old two-engine bomber's capacity is 2,000 pounds and won't take even 100 pounds of overloading.
I thought I made it clear that Mr. Mao's body must be on the plane.
But, Mr. Thurston, that body with the box weighs 150 pounds.
And the shipment of gold weighs 1,000 pounds. That's 1,150. That's 850 pounds to go.
Look, Mr. Thurston, you, your partner, Bliss, Captain Durfee, Miss Beibao, and the pilot are a good 900 pounds. So that puts you 50 pounds over the 2,000. Thurston, if you've got to risk overloading, leave the dead man here and take a live guard with him.
Mao's body goes with us. I'll get rid of 50 pounds by stripping the passengers of luggage.
Don't you understand? It's your life you're risking, Thurston. That plane is 10 years old, and the floor under you is the door of the old bomb hatch.
Put the gold and Mao's body aboard before you take the plane out of the hangar.
Okay. The box with the body and the gold will be locked up in the cargo compartment aft. Better get your passengers lined up.
Flight flying that thing, Mr. Thurston? I'd rather walk.
If it crashes, Pagon, you'll go to a glorious death. You can tell your grandchildren you were buried with $1 million in gold. Now, go get the container of food and bring it aboard.
Who'll want to eat in that crate?
Did you know we were searched for firearms, Mr. Thurston?
Yes, Miss Baybow, and I'm sorry, we're overloaded. You'll have to leave that overnight bag here.
All right, if I must. Has there been word of David Mao?
Not yet, Miss Baybow.
What do you mean, telling them I can't take my logbook aboard the plane?
Sorry, Captain. We're overloaded. Every ounce counts.
It's bad enough that my owners didn't tell me there was a gold shipment aboard, but the least you could have done, Thurston, was to tell me you were in charge of it.
Suppose we discuss it after the Admiralty Court hearing, Captain.
Dispatcher back there took my pistol.
Weighs too much. Let's get in.
This old bomber was a flying coffin in 1940.
Here's the food container.
Thanks, Pagan. I'll take that bag of silver coins. Fasten to your right leg.
Oh, Mr. Thurston, a few pounds. All my profit. Why, that fellow Bliss's cast weighs more than my silver. 5 or 6 pounds, I bet.
More, Pagan. The cast on Bliss's arm must weigh 12 pounds altogether.
12 pounds?
Yeah, he's got a pistol in that cast.
A pistol? Then why don't
Get
you...
inside, quick. Ready for takeoff.
But David Mao had nothing to run away from, Mr. Thurston.
Maybe he was running to something, Miss Baybow.
I'm getting hungry. Have a sandwich, Thurston? Whole container full of them back aft.
No, thanks. Pagan, you look hungry. Go back with the captain.
Who, me? Oh, sure. I'll take a sandwich, Captain.
Okay, Zellsmith.
I didn't like that takeoff, Thurston. This old crate's overloaded.
That was a close shave over those trees.
That guy Mao did us all a favor by running out. Another 150 pounds, we never have cleared those trees.
Have a sandwich, Mr. Thurston?
No, thanks, Pagan. Not hungry.
You'd better get hungry, Mr. X, and lay your gun on that tray.
The food container. He had a gun in it. And I brought it aboard.
There you are, Captain. My gun.
Say, what is this?
Take Thurston's gun from the tray, Baybow.
Yes, Captain Durfee. And you, Mr. Bliss, get down on the floor quickly.
Now, you know what to do, Baybow. You stand guard over these men. I'll take care of the pilot and handle the plane.
I assume, Captain Durfee, that with Miss Baybow's help and $1 million worth of gold in the cargo compartment, we'll not be going to Hong Kong.
We're going to Bing Ting. Cargo stop just 10 minutes from here. But I wouldn't worry about it if I were you. Now, Mr. Thurston, what's your signal to the pilot?
3 knocks.
Bliss, pull the pilot away from the door. And no funny stuff. Now, down on the floor, all of you.
Please, Miss Baybow, your gun pointed at someone else, huh?
If you have any trouble, Baybow, just call me.
I am sure there won't be enough time for Mr. X to make much trouble, Captain.
King Sing. That's an abandoned American airfield.
Durfee's going to pick up the gold from the last 3 piracies.
You are clever, Mr. X.
None of that loot has ever appeared on the world gold market. This is his last chance to get it out of China. The piracy attempt last night was a fake. Purposely miscarried for Durfee to get rid of some of his partners. Durfee's only problem now is weight. He needs space for another 1,000 pounds of gold.
Not a hard problem to solve, Mr. X.
Not if the Bombay doors we're lying on still work.
They work. How much do you weigh?
Oh, not me. I'm anemic. Light as a feather.
As soon as we open the bomb hatch doors and drop you, Mr. Zellschmidt, Bliss, and the pilot, and get rid of that box of cargo in the rear compartment, we'll have room for another 1,000 pounds of gold.
Your arithmetic is poor. The 4 of us and the box of cargo back aft weigh only 850 pounds. Durfee needs another 150 pounds to get that gold out of Ping Sing.
What are you driving
How
at?
much do you weigh, Baybow, precious one?
Durfee and I are partners.
Up here, you're just 130 pounds of human life, precious one. The cheapest commodity in China. Your weight in gold means $145,000. Do you think you're worth that to Durfee?
I have reasons to trust Captain Durfee.
I know. That is why you let him use David Mao to cover up the slaughter of 22 other partners in steerage last night with a fire hose.
Stop talking or I'll...
Durfee told you he put Mao in the brig and let him escape to join you later.
And he did let David escape. I am joining him.
I'm afraid you are a precious one, but not in this world. David Mao's dead. Durfee killed him.
You lie. You cannot provoke me with your lies.
Look in the cargo compartment, in the big box. You'll see Mao's body.
Liar! You take me for a fool.
David Mao was the fool. He loved you. He knew nothing of you and Durfee or the gold.
You are trying to provoke me to open the cargo compartment so that you may get off these Bombay doors.
I'm telling you the truth. Go and see for yourself. You can lock the cargo doors behind you. We're still stuck here.
I will look. Do not move.
She locked it.
Break open this cast on my arm, Thurston. A pistol.
No, not yet, Bliss.
When she comes out, I'll nail her.
Durfee would hear the shot and dump us. Wait.
Captain! You killed David! You killed him! Captain, open the door!
Quick. Back to the cargo compartment. Drag the pilot. Give me a hand.
I've got him.
Open the door! We're safe in here?
Quiet, Pega. The bomb hatch doors. Duffy's opening them. He's got her out. Now, he's closing the bomb hatch doors. Now he's putting the plane on the automatic pilot.
Yeah, I could feel it take over.
Now break open that cast of yours, Bliss. Get that pistol out.
Listen. Shh.
It's Duffy. He's coming in here after the gold. Let him have it, Bliss.
I'm ready.
Oh, that gold. And no partners left.
Yeah. $1 million here. Another $1 million waiting at Ping Sing.
You've got the gun, Bliss, and you're a pilot. This is what you came aboard the Manchu Queen looking for.
Please, Mr. Thurston, don't invite him to knock us off.
This is the big chance you've been waiting for, Bliss.
Please, Mr. Thurston, let him make up his own mind.
What are you waiting for, Bliss? It's just two human beings standing between you and $2 million in gold.
Shut up, Thurston.
Remember? Only a sucker thinks human life can't be measured in terms of gold, Bliss.
I said shut up! Here. Take my gun, let me get up to the controls before we're all killed.
He didn't accept your invitation to kill us.
There's hope for this sorry world, Pagan. Hope even for China. As long as there are men like Bliss who can pass up the big payoff they've dreamed of. So that millions of humans may have a chance to live.
Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall will return in just a moment. Frigidaire's Man Called X is presented each week with the best wishes of your Frigidaire dealer who invites you to come in and learn about the famous line of Frigidaire electric appliances. Refrigerators, ranges, water heaters, home freezers, the new automatic washer, dryer, ironer, and many other Frigidaire refrigerating and air conditioning products for homes, farms, stores, offices, and factories.
Mr. Niles, does Frigidaire make home laundry equipment as well as refrigerators?
Lady, you should see the new Frigidaire automatic washer with live water action that washes clothes cleaner, rinses them brighter than ever before. When you have a Frigidaire automatic washer installed in your home, you'll say goodbye forever to wash day work and worry. And now Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week, Dangerous Island, a tiny spot in the Indian Ocean where an atomic scientist is trapped with a killer. As usual, Leon Belasco will be along as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the Man Called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by D. Engelbach, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by George Corey and Ruby Sully. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
in Brazil and bring adventure. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Subscribe for more videos.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's number one adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. Here is K7.
Today, there are certain nations in the world whose citizens, no matter what their walk in life, live in constant fear of the secret police. No man dares to speak his mind, in public or in private, for those who have are dead. Victims of a political underworld which does not stop at even murder to silence those who raise their voices against the government. It is a story involving political intrigue and the secret police, which John Holbrook introduces now.
Thank you, K7. Our story opens in a famous gay European capital. Two men, refugees from their own country, walk in a wooded park as they plan their future activities. The time is early evening.
It is good to be here, Sergei. This city is gay. It is a city of lovers. Did you see the two on the benches we passed?
Yes. It is good to be here, and good to know that here we can work. Today I was promised the backing for our newspaper. We will call it Freedom and Justice.
You think we will have no trouble getting copies of our newspaper back over the border to our people?
Trouble? Yes, we will have trouble, but we must succeed. Our people must know the truth about those who lead them. It is our job to spread the truth to...
Sergei, what is the matter?
These three men coming. They found us.
They have guns. Sergei, run. Save yourself.
It's too late. They found us. Goodbye, my brother.
Two men, two patriots, died for daring to oppose those who would crush freedom and justice. A few hours later, at an hour near midnight, Special Agent M and his assistant, Ivan, talked with a third patriot in the library of a great home on an important boulevard in the same city.
Agent M, tonight a terrible thing has happened. Two patriots of my country have been murdered in cold blood. Their murder proves that the secret police of my country know of our plot. It places one of my dearest friends, who is in our homeland, in a desperate position.
Monsieur Colon, what is your plot? If Ivan and I are to help you, we must know the whole story.
You know these two men who were shot down in the park?
Oh, yes. They were my friends. With me, they escaped from our homeland. The three of us were refugees.
And the secret police followed you, is that it?
The secret police found out that we planned to publish a newspaper which would expose those who now lead our people. We were going to smuggle the newspaper over the border and distribute it.
What part did you play in the plot?
I furnished the money, the backing.
And now you want us to protect you?
No. No, mademoiselle. For myself, I am not worried. I've called upon Special Agent M because I want a man kidnapped from my homeland.
What do you mean, Monsieur Colon?
General Luigi must be brought into this country where he'll be safe.
But, Monsieur Colon, General Luigi is a leader of your government.
Wait. Please let me explain. General Luigi was a leader, yes. But he is a just man, Agent Men. He refused to support violence, murder. And when those who lead our government began to use ruthless methods, he spoke against them.
I see.
He immediately lost prestige. Secretly, he was furnishing me with money to be used to expose the methods of those who ruled.
Do the secret police know that, Monsieur Colon?
I'm afraid they do, mademoiselle. We thought that they did not know of our activities. But these two murders tonight... You see, General Luigi must be brought here. Otherwise, within a few days, he'll be arrested and tried. Agent M, will you go to him? Try to bring him here, at least warn him? Or say you will do it.
You want him brought into this country. Monsieur Colon, I'm tempted. Yes, Ivan and I will help you. We'll go to General Luigi tomorrow. God grant that we're not too late.
The next day, Agent M and Ivan flew across the border and into the capital city of another country. There, M secured a car. Then he and Ivan drove to General Luigi's home.
There's the house, Ivan. Wait. Don't get out. Do you see that man across the road? There's another down the block.
The house is being watched.
Yes, no doubt about it. Ivan, I want you to stay here in the car. We're going to have to put the plan we worked out into effect. It'll be darkened within a half an hour.
You're going in to see the general now?
Yes. I've got to persuade him to come with us. Remember our plans and carry them out just as I outlined them.
I know what to do, Em.
We may be ready within an hour. Keep your eyes open and be ready to get away.
Agent M entered the house. 10 minutes later, he faced General Luigi.
General, your life is in danger. I've come here to take you across the border.
It is ridiculous. My friend Colin has always worried about my safety. These last few years have broken his nerve.
Perhaps, General. But this time I'm afraid he's right. Do you know what happened yesterday?
Yesterday? Why, nothing happened.
Yes, General, something important happened. Your secret police crossed the border and murdered the two men associated with you and Monsieur Colin.
What?
Think about that. Your police dared to enter another country and execute two men. Do you still think you're safe here?
You are sure of what you have just told me?
Absolutely sure.
How did they find out that we planned to start the newspaper Freedom and Justice?
I can't answer that. Although I suspect you all have been followed since you first began to criticize your government. You are a patriot, General. There is no place for patriots under your present laws.
No, I'm afraid you are right. Men must not think. They must live for the state. But I cannot believe I have been followed.
Do you know that the secret police are watching this house now?
You mean they are outside?
Yes. Come over to this window. Snap out the lights.
Yes?
I'll pull the shade aside a little. You see the man in the shadows across the street?
Yes. Yes, there is someone there.
There are two others. This house is surrounded. General, unless you come with me tomorrow, you will be arrested.
How can we get away?
Switch on the lights. Now listen to me. You have a car?
Yes, of course.
Order it brought to the front of the house. We're going to make a dash for the border. If we're lucky, we may succeed.
A few minutes later, the general's car arrived. A tall figure in a military greatcoat left the house and entered its darkened interior. As the car pulled away, a police whistle sounded.
Faster. Head for the border. They've seen us.
As the general's car sped toward the border, orders cracked out.
General Luigi is attempting to leave the country. Border stations are ordered to barricade all roads.
Barricade all roads. Stop and search all cars attempting to leave the border. All roads are ordered barricaded. All cars are to be searched. General Luigi is to be placed under arrest immediately.
Two hours later, the general's car approached the border station. As its headlights speared the darkness, M saw the barricaded road and issued an order to the chauffeur.
Driver, you'll have to stop. The road is barricaded.
Yes, sir.
Here come the guards.
All right, General. Step out of the car.
What is the meaning of this?
I have orders to place you under arrest, General Luigi.
I'm afraid you've made a mistake, guard. I am Special Agent M. Here are my credentials.
Who's your driver? Order him to step out. I want to look at him.
Step out, driver.
Yes, sir.
Now, are you satisfied? I am driving on a diplomatic passport. You have made a mistake. Order your men to remove the barricade from the road immediately, or I shall be forced to report you.
I'm sorry, sir. I had orders.
I don't care what your orders were. Have the barricade removed.
Yes, sir, at once, sir. Remove the barricade. This car is to be allowed to pass.
Thank you. I suppose I should report you.
Please, sir, I
will forget it. Get in the car, driver. The road is clear.
Ready to start, sir.
Wait. Guard, inasmuch as you have stopped me, I'm going to ask you to do me a favor. Step off to the side of the road behind my car.
What do you wish?
I'm afraid one of my tail lights is burned out. When I apply the brakes, a red light is supposed to blink on and off. My brake light, you understand? I want you to see if it works.
Put your brakes on. I will watch.
All right, driver. Give the signal. Step on the brakes 3 times slowly.
Right, sir. The light works, sir. It blinked 3 times.
Then I will leave you.
Wait, there's a car coming. Without lights.
That whoever it was is over the border, guard.
It was a woman driving. I saw her in your headlights as she passed.
She seems to have stopped up ahead. It's too bad she's in another country now. You can't go after her, can you?
Look, she's blinking her tail lights. 1, 2. She blinked them 3 times. What does it mean?
3 times? Yes. It looked almost like a signal. I'm sorry I haven't time to explain it to you. When I catch up with her, I'll tell her that you're very annoyed. Good night, guard.
Wait! Stop!
The woman who passed was Yvonne, and crouching in the seat behind her was General Luigi. Once across the border, M joined them. The general escaped the purge that took many of his associates. Today, safe in a neutral country, he fights the tyrants who rule his homeland. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
It's National Wheaties Week. Yes, it's National Wheaties Week, and Wheaties present Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize it's going to involve my trying to hold Western Europe together with 2 mirrors, a book of matches, and a rusty razor blade. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you wanted to see me.
I do, Steve. You're flying to Paris. But don't get any ideas.
Well, I can dream, can't I?
I'm afraid this dream's going to turn into a nightmare.
Oh, swell. What's the deal?
Tell me, what do you know about Aristide Reynal, Steve?
Reynal? Oh, sure. The Swiss Sherlock Holmes. A sleuth of the old school, complete with a derby hat, umbrella, and false faces. But a very right guy, even if he is left-handed. And also one of the sharpest little detectives in the world.
That's right. But I see you don't know the latest about him.
What's that?
Last night in Paris, Aristide Reynal was murdered.
What? Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I really liked the little guy. Who did it?
We think it was our old friend Lupac, Steve.
Lupac? Is he still on the loose?
More than ever. Now, Steve, I don't have to tell you about Lupac. He's a hired killer and the cleverest man we've ever had in our hair. I'll tell you how clever he is. He's been operating 5 years that we know of. We're fairly sure he's implicated in at least a half-dozen assassinations, and yet no one even has a description of him.
Yeah, I know that. Look, Commissioner, Aristide Reynal was a sort of a friend of mine, but I don't think you'd be sending me over to Paris to find Lupac for that reason.
No, there's a lot more to it than friendship, Steve. You see, representatives of several European nations have been trying to hold top-secret conversations in Paris for the last week.
What do you mean they've been trying?
Every time they schedule a meeting, one of the representatives meets with a fatal accident, and I don't mean accident.
I see.
We think Lupac is responsible for those murders, that he's been hired to hamstring those negotiations. Now, Steve, they're going to try to meet again next Monday. Lupac's got to be caught before then. Get over to Paris, work with Inspector Murat of the Sûreté, and find Lupac. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in a moment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Say, friends, are you celebrating proper? It's National Wheaties Week, you know. National meaning everybody coast to coast. Wheaties meaning the whole wheat flakes with a wholehearted energy. And wheat meaning 7 big days for you and me to buy 'em, try 'em, and tell the neighbors. I'm eating 'em. My family's eating 'em. How about you and yours? Get Wheaties yourself and get with America. Come on, it's National Wheaties Week.
That's what I like about my job. The commissioner's always so nice to me. He gives me a whole weekend in Paris, and all I have to do is find a killer nobody's ever lived to describe. I should be so lucky. Well, it's Friday when I get to Paris. I go to the headquarters of the French Sûreté, and Inspector Murat is waiting for me.
Mitchell, all of us here at the Sûreté feel we have lost an honored colleague in Monsieur Aristide Reynal.
What facts can you give me about Reynal's murder, Inspector?
Unfortunately, very few. We know only that Reynal's body was discovered yesterday morning in the apartment of a man named Baylog.
Baylog? Who's he?
We have no idea, Mitchell. This Baylog has dropped completely out of sight.
Do you have any description of him?
We have managed to piece together a slight description by questioning the other tenants. Belloc is a small man, dark, with a mustache and a Van Dyke beard. He customarily wears horn-rimmed glasses and a beret.
Great. That description could fit 1,000 guys in Paris.
True.
You know, there's a little idea pecking at my brain, Murat.
I should not be surprised if it were the same idea that occurred to me, Mitchell. Namely, that this mysterious Monsieur Belloc might be the hired killer we seek, Lupac.
Yeah. You got a key to this Belog's apartment, Commissioner?
Yes, we have left everything untouched for the time being.
Good. Come on. I'd like to take a look at it.
As you can see, it is quite a simple apartment.
Yeah, pretty bare. You spot any items of interest here?
A rusty razor blade in the bathroom.
Oh, well, let's take a look. Yeah. And some whiskers in the wash bowl.
It is possible that Belloc, after the killing, decided to shave off his mustache and beard.
So now we're looking for a little man with horn-rimmed glasses, with or without mustache and beard. You know, we're getting less to go on by the minute. Funny?
Indeed. I do not see any humor in it.
No. I mean, this guy Belog must have been a pretty vain gent.
How do you mean?
He's got 2 mirrors in here.
Oui, I noticed that.
One of them here over the wash bowl on the left side of the room in the corner, and another one in the middle of the wall.
Perhaps he needed more light.
There's as much light here as there is there.
You are right. It is strange.
Well, anything else, Inspector?
There on the table in front of you.
This matchbook?
Yes. Note that there are but 2 matches remaining on the right side.
Well, right now, I'm more interested in noting the name on the cover. Hugo's. What's that?
A small restaurant on the Boulevard de Clichy.
Well, when you don't know where to start, I guess one place is as good as any other, Inspector. Besides, I'm hungry anyway. I'll see you later. So I head for Hugo's. And of course, every other guy I see on the way there answers Belog's general description, which gives me a good idea what a sweet job it's going to be finding him. Inside the restaurant, a mournful-looking little gent is circulating from table to table, sawing away at a fiddle for the benefit of a few moonstruck couples. Then a tall, skinny gent spots me standing in the doorway and comes up to me.
Welcome to Hugo's, monsieur.
Are you the official greeter?
I am Hugo.
Oh, good. I'd like to talk to you. Where can we sit?
Why, at this table right here. But if you are selling anything, I am not in the market. Business, it stinks.
Don't worry, I'm not selling anything.
Oh, my friend, I now have much warmer feeling toward you. In that case, I would like to sell you something. A dinner fit for royalty.
Later, but right now I'd like a little information. Did you ever hear the name Belog before?
Belog? Belog?
What are you doing, memorizing it?
Oh, but of course, Belog, a steady customer, noble soul. At least he was.
Was what? A noble soul or a steady customer?
In Hugo's mind, there is no difference, my friend. But to be brief, I have not seen Monsieur Belog in here for the last few days.
I don't wonder. But before that, he used to come in regularly, huh?
Now you're making me slightly uncomfortable, monsieur.
Mitchell. Why?
Mitchell. Very simple. When inquiries are made about my steady customers, sometimes makes them very nervous. Then they become unsteady customers. And then Hugo's nerves become unsteady because it means he is losing money.
I get it. You think $5 American would steady your nerves, Hugo?
Would be interesting experiment. Place the bill in my hands.
There you are.
Uh-huh. The experiment worked? See, my fingers, they are not quivering one bit.
Yeah. Amazing, isn't it? Now, about filling me in on this guy Belog.
Of course. He came in here regularly, usually in company of another man.
What did this other man look like?
Oh, he was small, about Belog's size. Very inconspicuous-looking man. Let me see. I believe he usually wore derby hat and carried umbrella with him.
Derby hat? Umbrella? Hey, wait a minute. Look, here, take a look at this picture. This isn't the guy by any chance, is it?
But, of course, the very man.
And you say that he and Belog were in here together all the time?
Yes. You know the man in this picture?
I knew him. His name was Aristide Renal.
Well, the two of them seem quite friendly.
I don't get it unless...
Don't get what, my friend?
I'll skip it. Well, thanks for the information, Hugo.
Oh, but there is more.
What?
Indeed. Let us say that you have paid only for the main course of the dinner. There remains dessert.
You know, I don't see why you bother serving food in this place. You seem to do pretty well without it.
One must live, my friend.
Okay, steady fingers. Here's another 5 spot. Now, how about the dessert?
You see, over at corner table, alone.
The girl?
Who else?
Well, you said dessert, and you weren't kidding. French pastry yet. Who is she?
Celeste. A, shall we say, friend of Balog's?
That gives me 3 good reasons for talking to her.
3? What are the other 2?
Her eyes, of course. Well, I'll see you later, Hugo. Hi.
Hello.
Mind if I join you?
Why not?
Good question.
I am drinking Pernod in case you want to buy me another drink.
Sounds like an open and shut in case. Waiter, Pernod and scotch.
Oui, monsieur.
You're a friend of Balog's, aren't you?
Why?
You've seen him lately?
Why?
Your needle is stuck. I owe him some money.
Give it to me. I will give it to him.
No, thanks. Not that I don't trust you. I just don't trust you. I'd rather give it to him myself, Celeste.
Suit yourself. I have not seen him lately.
I see. Did you ever hear him use any other name beside Lebuck?
Other name?
Lupac, for instance.
For instance, no. But why do we talk about Balog? He bores me. I know something much more interesting to talk about.
What's that?
Celeste and,
Steve.
Celeste and Steve. Sounds nice.
Yeah. Might be an interesting topic of conversation at that. Where do you think it would lead us?
Maybe to 36th Rue Sedan.
What's there?
My place.
Oh, well...
Here are your drinks, monsieur. Scotch and Pernod.
You're a little late, Buster. We're leaving. There you are.
Merci, monsieur. But the drinks, what shall I do with them?
Well, you might... No, just drink them. Come on, Celeste. We drive up and stop at her place and start in. Then I catch a glimpse of a figure standing in the shadows of the alley across the street. Could be Balog, alias Lupac. Celeste promises to wait, goes inside, and I walk down to the end of the block. Then I cross over and circle around that block. I came up the alley behind the guy, but when I get into the alley, there's enough light to tell me that no one else is in there. I come out across the street from Celeste's apartment, and still no one in sight. I start to turn for another look back down the alley, but just then an arm swings down out of the doorway beside me, and something awfully hard connects over my right ear. Knocks me to the ground. I fight to get up on my hands and knees, but just as I do, I get it again. I grab for the legs in front of my bleary eyes, but this guy must be enjoying it. The 3rd time is the charm. Out I go.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. It's National Wheaties Week.
Hello, this is Frank Martin, the family man. Yes, sir, a family man with a wife and a son and a home like yours. Pretty much like the man around your house, I'll bet. I wake up hungry, and I do mean hungry. But my wife, bless her heart, has a cure for that. She has Wheaties ready with bananas sliced and the cream right handy. You know, that sure is a wonderful way to treat a man. So why don't you try it on yours during National Wheaties Week? If he's anything like me, he'll go for those Wheaties. Yes, and they can help keep him going, too. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Not bad, huh? A whole kernel. So I'm asking you to try Wheaties once during National Wheaties Week, won't you? Try 'em.
And now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Mitchell!
Oh.
Mitchell!
What? Oh, Inspector Murat.
Oh, you are not so bad off after all.
Don't take any bets on that.
Oh, I'm glad.
Brother, my head. What happened anyway?
Oh, well, one of my patrolmen heard a commotion. He saw a man dragging you into this alley. The man fled. When the patrolman saw your identification papers, he called me, and here I am.
Looks like I was about to get taken for the well-known ride.
Who hit you?
I wish I knew. Could have been Balog. Hey, that reminds me. Come on, Inspector. We should have a talk with Celeste. No answer.
She may have gone. On the other hand, she may be hiding in there.
You got a pass key?
Oui.
Let's find out.
Very well. Here it is.
Now watch it. Balog may be inside, too.
That possibility has also occurred to me.
I'll get the lights. Empty. You know, there's something that bothers me about this whole setup.
What is it?
That's the trouble. I can't put my finger on it. It's like listening to a pretty little tune and hearing a discord every now and then. Like, for instance, Hugo told me that Baylog and Aristide Renal were regular customers at his restaurant and that they seemed very friendly.
Monsieur Renal was what we might call a detective of the old school. I am sure the idea of assuming another identity and befriending Baylog would have appealed to him.
Yeah, like I say, that could be it. And if that was the only discord, I wouldn't pay any attention to it.
There are others?
Just little ones, like why the two mirrors in Baylog's bathroom?
You think there is a significance there?
Right now, I'm having trouble thinking at all with this lump on my head. Look, I'm going back to Hugo's and see if he can give me any more leads on Celeste. I'll check with you later at headquarters.
Good evening, Monsieur Nietzsche.
Hello, Hugo. Hey, looks like you're doing quite a business.
No, these are not customers. They are would-be waiters. Waiters. Today I need a waiter. I put in paper advertisement, and they pour in a flood. Oh, but I do not think that you come back here to talk about waiters. Did you find your friend Baylog?
No, I can't even find Celeste.
Ah.
Hey, there's $10 in it for you if you let me know the next time she drops in here.
$10?
$10. Is it a deal?
My friend, for that I will not only let you know, I will have her here waiting for you in chains.
Mitchell, were you able to find out anything more at Hugo's?
Only that he's having employment troubles.
Tell me, are you still hearing little discords in this tune we are listening to?
Yes, I am. I'm beginning to think that the discords could add up to a whole new tune.
Pardonnez-moi. Hello? Oui? What? Hello, Hickok. Very well. The trail is warming up, Mitchell.
How so?
At your suggestion, I have had one of my men watching Celeste's apartment. He reports that a man answering Baylog's general description just went inside.
Okay. Well, that sort of knocks my new tune into a cocked hat. Come on, let's go. Better stop here, Inspector. Celeste's apartment is just ahead.
Oui.
There's a small open car parked up there in front of the apartment house.
Yes, that is the car the suspect arrived in, according to the report my man gave me.
Look, here he comes out the door.
He's getting into the car. Mitchell, we must not let him escape.
Hold it. Doesn't look like he's going anywhere. He's just sitting in the car. Huh. He's a little guy, all right. And Hugo said Baylog was a little guy.
He is not wearing glasses, however, and he is clean-shaven.
Don't forget those whiskers in Baylog's wash basin. He could have shaved his beard off.
What are you going to do?
Have a little talk with him. I'll be back in a minute.
Be very careful, Mitchell.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, what is it?
You got a match?
Why, of course. Here.
Thanks. Say, I wonder if you could help me.
Help you?
Yeah. I'm a tourist here, and I need a little information.
Oh, yeah. I'm rather in a hurry, and...
Well, this won't take a minute. Here. This is a timetable for the Underground Railway, but I can't seem to figure out where the nearest station is.
Oh, very well. Excuse me. I must put on my glasses. So, now let me see it. Oui, your nearest station is just off the Boulevard de Montparnasse.
How do I get there?
Let me see. You go down this street 2 blocks, then over 1, and then you turn...
No, not so fast. Look, here's a piece of paper. Would you write it down for me?
Oh, certainly.
I'm sorry to put you to the trouble.
Oh, it is quite all right. Here you are.
Thank you very much.
Well?
I don't know. Could be Baylog, all right. He had to put on glasses to read the timetable.
In that case, perhaps we... Mitchell, look!
Yeah, Celeste just jumped into his car. Come on, Murat, get this baby started. We don't want to lose him now. So, for the next 30 minutes, we chased them down a dozen assorted side streets and alleys, but we can't seem to gain on them. Finally, we spot their car pulled up in front of a 4-story warehouse. Neither the little guy nor Celeste is in the car. We pull up behind it.
They must be somewhere in that building, Mitchell.
Yeah, but where? This is a lot of building, looks like.
One of us had better go to the rear entrance, the other take the front.
Okay, you, Murat, get back!
Mon Dieu.
Brother. Yeah. This is the guy we were chasing, all right, or what's left of him.
No identification on him. But that does not surprise me. Well, Mitchell, the case is closed. Our little friend, Baylog, realized he was cornered. He preferred to administer justice to himself.
Did he?
I know what you are thinking, that perhaps he was pushed off the building. Well, perhaps he was. It is no matter. Either way, it would appear our case is closed.
Yeah, you're right. That's just the way it would appear.
Monsieur Mitchell, international cooperation is a wonderful thing, and it has been a privilege to work with you in this affair. But I must say I am becoming increasingly annoyed at your present attitude.
Sorry.
It is true we have identified the body as that of Harold Pravda, an unemployed waiter. But to me, this means nothing. If Baylog was Lupak, as we believe him to be, he was quite capable of assuming a dozen different identities.
I know all that, Inspector.
But I tell you, the whole thing fits into place. Observe. First, we know that Aristide Reynal was on the trail of the notorious Lupak. Second, Reynal is murdered in the apartment of a mysterious little man named Baylog. Third, we know that Celeste is a friend of Baylog's. Fourth,
we chase Celeste and a little guy to a warehouse. The little guy takes a diver, gets pushed off the roof.
Exactamo. And furthermore, this little guy, as you call him, answers Baylog's description, even to the horn-rimmed glasses which he put on to write directions for you when you approached.
Hey, hold it right there.
What?
You just said something, Inspector. I remember now. That little guy wrote out the directions for me right-handed.
Is this so unusual?
It's unusual enough to take us back to Baylog's apartment right now.
Baylog's apartment? But surely if Baylog is dead...
Baylog is dead, all right. But if my hunch is good, there's something a lot more important than Baylog in his apartment.
But what could it be?
The answer to this whole deal. Inspector, one of the things you showed me when we were here in Baylog's apartment before was this matchbook on the table.
But of course, that led us to Hugo's restaurant.
Yeah, and that's all I was paying attention to at the time. I should have paid more attention to the fact that the remaining matches were on the right-hand side of the book. That means the person who was using those matches was left-handed.
Grant, he picked off the matches with his left hand.
Aristide Reynal was left-handed.
Of course he was, Mitchell. We both know that. But what does that prove? We believe that Reynal was posing as a friend of Baylog's. They ate dinner together. Reynal obviously visited this apartment. As a matter of fact, this is where his body was discovered, if you will remember.
Yeah, Reynal was left-handed. He probably used those matches. Now, come on into the bathroom.
Very well.
Now, this is the part I couldn't figure out before, Murat, but it sure makes sense now, the two mirrors.
But I still do not see...
Look, the regular mirror is over the washbowl right here in the left-hand corner of the room.
True.
Now, pretend you're Baylog and you're going to shave. And also pretend you're left-handed.
Well, all right. I would simply take a razor in my left hand and then... Mitchell.
Yeah, that's right, Inspector. There's not enough room between the mirror and the wall on the left side for a left-handed man to shave.
Yes.
You'd probably cut your nose off.
That is why Baylog set up the other mirror farther along the wall.
Yeah. Inspector, doesn't it strike you as a pretty big coincidence that both Reynal and Baylog happen to be left-handed?
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that Reynal and Baylog were one and the same man.
What? But that is impossible.
Is it? Look, we know Reynal liked to adopt various disguises. I think he grew a beard, rented this apartment under the name of Baylog, and went after Lupak. Then, when things got too warm, he shaved off his beard, but it was too late. Lupak killed him, and his body was correctly identified as Reynal.
But Hugo himself told us he had seen Reynal and Baylog dining together frequently in his restaurant.
That's the point, Inspector. That means that...
That means that Hugo was lying.
Wait.
Hello, Hugo. I figured you'd be pretty close on our trail at this point.
I had to be sure you were convinced that the little man who, shall we say, fell off the roof was Baylog. Unfortunately, you're not convinced, that's all.
Then Hugo is Lupak.
That's about the way it adds up.
I have that honor indeed. Inspector, the hand away from the pocket, please. I admit there are more artistic ways of killing than with this gun of mine, but I am a practical man. I always suit the weapon to the occasion.
You were pretty smart in this deal, weren't you, Hugo?
Up to a point.
When you found out that we believed there was a guy named Baylog and that he'd killed Reynal, you decided to keep the story alive. You even went so far as to hire a little waiter who might pass for Baylog. You made a deal with him to take us on a chase through town. Then you shoved him off the building, hoping that would close the case and take the heat off of you.
Stay where you are. So it did not work. However, you are the only two who know it did not work. And you can be easily disposed of. Mitchell, stay where you are.
Don't worry, Hugo. I'm not getting any closer to you. I'm just walking sideways.
Stop.
You know, Hugo, for the first time in your life, you're going to have to make a choice.
I said stop.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Up to this point in your illustrious career, you've always been told who to kill. Now you've got to choose, me or Murat.
I shall kill both of you.
Oh, no. We're on opposite sides of the room now, and you're right in the middle. Whichever one you shoot, the other's going to jump you, and you won't have time to get us both. So, which one of us it is going to be, Hugo? Hugo licks his lips, jerking his head first towards me and then Murat. My plan is working. I'm almost to the light switch. Hugo takes another quick look at Murat, and I grab the switch and drop to the floor. I know Murat's got his gun out by now, like I have, but I also know Hugo's too smart to stay in one spot. I listen. No sound. I've got to figure out a way to trap him. Then I think of the small shaving mirror on the bathroom wall. I'm about 2 feet from the door. I ease into the bathroom flat on my stomach and get the mirror. Then I prop it up against the inside of the door so it'll reflect from behind the door out into the living room. I get behind the door and stick my gun through the crack. Then I take my cigarette lighter, reach back behind me, and light it. He takes a shot at the reflection, and I've got his location pegged. Murat!
I am all right, Mitchell.
Okay, I got the right guy then. Get the lights.
Oh, indeed, you did get the right man, Mitchell.
He's still alive, but I don't think for very long.
Your mirror device was most effective.
Well, I guess it was pretty fitting, Inspector. That mirror was what tipped us off to the whole deal anyway.
It would appear the old superstition about breaking a mirror is true.
No, you're wrong there, Inspector. This proves that superstition is all wet.
How do you mean?
Well, breaking a mirror is supposed to bring 7 years bad luck, isn't it?
Well, yes, I guess it is.
So it sure isn't true for Hugo anyway. He should live that long.
You have just heard the conclusion of Dangerous Assignment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
It's National Wheaties Week.
That was my wife. Sure, it's National Wheaties Week. So the Wheaties people asked her if she'd come to the studio tonight and tell the truth about me and Wheaties. Our little boy would have come, but he's only 3.5, and it's about time he was in bed. My wife's name is Maud Lee Martin, and she comes from Kentucky. Maybe you can tell her when you hear her talk.
Thank you, honey. Well, I'm surely glad to have a chance to celebrate National Wheaties Week because we're really fond of Wheaties at our house. Our little boy Jeff eats them right out of the box. Your Wheaties announcer, my husband, eats Wheaties too. And I'd like to tell every wife listening, I really do think Wheaties make a great deal of difference in a man's work. I have a real nice feeling when I put Wheaties on the breakfast table because I know I'm giving my family a wonderful lot of real nourishment. If you haven't had Wheaties lately, pick up a package when you're at the store tomorrow and join the Martins at breakfast, won't you?
Sure, do that. It's National Wheaties Week.
Come on, everybody, to the Wheaties party. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Dance together, cheek to cheek. This is National Wheaties Week. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Wheaties at breakfast, the champions.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Wright, with music composed by Basil Adlam and conducted by Ralph Hollenbeck, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another Dangerous Assignment.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen Thursday, that's tomorrow night, to Sarah Berner in Sarah's Private Caper on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then. And remember, it's National Wheaties Week.
Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. 3 weeks from tonight, the great Gildersleeve returns to NBC.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Here's Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. It's 5 o'clock in New York City, and the big neon signs light up the dark office that overlooks Broadway on the corner of 53rd Street. Behind a second-hand mahogany desk, relaxing in a swivel chair, is the leading figure of the Diamond Detective Agency, combination stockholder, office boy, and clue chaser. He is Richard Diamond, and his mind is on a lovely redhead named Helen Asher, as she sits on a couch talking about things he likes to hear. At this moment, however, another scene is taking place in the wealthy district of Long Island. A long black convertible is just pulling up to an old English mansion, and a curvaceous blonde steps from the car. She is met at the door by her brother.
Well, good evening, my dear sister. You're looking simply ravishing.
How would you know the difference?
Oh, drop dead.
You disgusting excuse for a man. Why don't you sober up for 5 minutes and take a look at yourself?
I did once. Oh, by the way, our dear stepfather would like to see you in the study.
Tell him to go.
I already did. Now it's your turn.
I don't want to. Now get out of my way, Chris.
Suit yourself. But Murray Lang's in there with him.
Murray?
Did I start your heart going pitty-pat?
Oh, shut up.
You better go in and protect your money, darling. Hi, Jailbird.
Sod.
I don't care what your plans are. They concern my daughter, and that's enough for me to put a stop to them.
You're not going to put a stop to anything.
You can't intimidate me, Lang. You're just a cheap, no-good gangster, and your methods are too well known to frighten me. Come in.
Oh, hello, Liz.
Hello, Murray.
I'm glad you're here, Elizabeth. Mr. Lang and I were just discussing your future.
I'm surprised you put up with it this long, Murray. Come on, let's leave my dear stepfather until he simmers down.
Elizabeth, I want to talk to you.
Well, I don't want to talk to you. Let's go, Murray.
Listen to what he has to say. Maybe you'll get a laugh out of it.
Well, what is it?
I've just been talking with Lang about your intention to marry him. I have advised him that if such a thing were to take place, it would result in the most serious of consequences.
Is that all?
No, that is not all. When you got into your trouble with the police, my dear stepdaughter, you were paroled in my custody. If I should report to the board that you had violated the terms of your probation, you would most certainly go to prison.
Why, you... What's the matter? Aren't you satisfied with the salary you collect for taking care of Mother's estate?
How dare you, you little
Sit
sniffer!
down. You look bigger behind a desk.
Well, just yell and scream all you want to. After Monday, you better start looking for another source of income.
You know very well it's not the money. But your greasy boyfriend here would certainly like to get his hands on it.
Look, you, I don't give a hang if you are a midget. I'm not going to stand here and listen to you.
Murray.
No, baby, I won't take it. I'll wring his scrawny little neck.
Go on, Lang, go on. It would give me the greatest of pleasure to call the police and have you locked up.
I'll fix it so you won't have a head to call anyone with.
Murray, leave him alone. Can't you see that's what he wants?
Yes, well, Mr. Lang.
Come on, Liz, let's get some fresh air.
I want to say one more thing. Just remember, Father, my probation expires Monday. After that, you won't control any part of my income, so you better start getting packed.
And if I report you to the probation board in the morning?
I wouldn't. If you do that, you'll not only stop being my guardian, but you'll stop breathing.
Get out. Get out, both of you.
Come on, Murray.
Try to intimidate me. I'll make them both sorry. Detectives. Private detectives, yes. Foreign. Here's one. Full-page ad must be doing very well. Richard Diamond, private detective. If you've got a case, share it with me. Richard Diamond. 707.
Yeah?
Mr. Diamond?
That's right.
I want to hire you for a few days.
Oh, you saw the ad. Well, it just so happens I'm available.
I can't tell you much over the phone, too many extensions in the house, but it's about my daughter. I'm afraid she's going to get herself into some serious trouble.
Well, how old is she?
20.
Tell her to wait a year.
My name is Chase, Ralph Chase. I live at 82 Maple Drive, Sands Point. Will you come out this evening?
$100 a day and dibs on the icebox.
I'll see you about 8. Goodbye, Mr. Diamond.
What was that all about, Rick?
Oh, got a job, baby.
When do you start?
Oh, yes, you're right.
No, Rick. You can start it in the morning. You can't break another one tonight.
Now, come on, Helen, baby. A job's a job.
And a date's a date. I won't let you break this one.
Your car downstairs?
Yes, but I can drive myself home. Please, Rick. You promised you wouldn't break another one.
Keys in it?
Yeah, look. I want to hire you to protect me for this evening. I've been receiving mysterious phone calls, and I'm in fear of my life.
Really?
You've got to take the job. Old friends come first.
I'll have to get home and shave before I start working.
You mean you'll take it?
After 12:30. Bye, baby.
You beast.
Oh, you must be getting tired from driving that big car around all day. Grab a cab, honey. It'll give you some rest. I'll take good care of your car.
What?
Want $1 for the cab?
Huh?
No. On second thought, you only live about 25 blocks. Walk will do you good.
Rick.
Deep breathing all the way up Fifth Avenue. Nothing like it. Bye, baby.
Oh!
On the way to the car, I thought about Helen. The most wonderful girl in the world. Money, looks. But she had one bad fault. She wanted to get married. I got into the big sedan and headed for my apartment. I'd been up late the night before with a blonde singer, and I was feeling tired. Funny how things change. My nights in college were just as busy, but at 1 o'clock the next afternoon, I was out playing football. I face facts pretty well, so when I got home, I took a nap. I slept until 7 and got up and dressed. I drove Helen's car out to Long Island, and at 8 o'clock sharp, I was ringing the doorbell of the Chase Mansion. It was a big house, all right. If they built another one like it, Long Island would sink.
Well, to someone at me chamber door. My name's Chris. Boo.
Blow your booze some other direction. Your breath would wither a lung.
My alcoholic exhalations are composed of the finest ingredients. You must have a weak stomach.
Look, if you'll just stagger out of the way, I'd like to see Mr. Chase.
Dead or alive?
What?
Nothing. I was just thinking out loud. Well, go right ahead. And after your talk with my stepfather, you can find me in the bar. You'll probably wind up like I am.
That's a sweet thought. Where can I find your stepfather?
Probably in the library, lying in my money.
I left him leaning against the front door, gagging on the fresh air. I wandered down a long hallway and a big sitting room, furnished with enough antiques to make the Metropolitan Museum give up in shame. There was something about the place, a heavy quietness, like a bar of gold in a dark room. The shot had come from up ahead, and I tried a couple of doors before I found the room. Mr. Chase! Mr. Chase!
In here!
Mr. Chase?
Yes. Come in and shut the door.
I looked over at Ralph Chase crouching behind a desk. He got up slowly, all 5 feet of him. And I tagged him for a guy who would give $1,000 for every inch you could put on his legs. He looked like he could afford to be a mile high. The tall French windows were open at the back of the room, and you could still smell burning cordite.
Someone tried to shoot me from the garden.
Yeah, I heard the shot.
You must be Diamond.
That's right. Don't you think you better shut the French doors and pull the drapes before someone takes another shot?
Yes, very good idea. You pull the shade diamond. You can start earning your money right now.
You're a little excited, but I'll start to work.
All right. Be careful, he might still be out there.
Well, I doubt it. I can't see anyone out here.
Oh, he just missed me. You can see where the bullet hit the wall. I jumped and hid behind the desk.
Didn't you hear him on the porch?
No, he must have stood in the soft grass that surrounds the garden.
That's a good 10 feet from the house. You're lucky he didn't move in closer. He probably wouldn't have missed. Got any idea who it was?
Of course, it was Murray Lang.
Murray Lang? The gambler?
Yes, do you know him?
Well, I used to be on the force. Set him up 6 years ago on a larceny rap.
Then you know what he's like. He was in the house this afternoon. We had an argument and he threatened me.
An argument with your daughter?
Yes, about my daughter. How'd you know?
Well, you told me she was getting herself into trouble. She couldn't have picked a better playmate than Lang to get there with.
Father, we heard a shot.
Not really.
Oh, let's go. He's not dead.
My stepchildren, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, well, lovely.
I'm quite alive, so you can both stop looking so unhappy.
Does it show?
Come on, sis. Let's find the guy who fired that shot. I want to give him a few pointers.
Where's Murray Lang, Miss Chase?
Yes, he's the man you want. I'm sure he
Don't
tried...
be absurd. Murray left 3 hours ago. What are you, a cop?
Does it show?
You're wearing too much cologne. Come on, Chris.
Oh, she's nice.
That's Elizabeth. The boy's her brother, Chris.
I'd hate to draw straws.
I married their mother and raised those two brats after she died. The courts appointed me executor of the estate.
They don't like you handling their money, is that it?
Yes. Since they've been old enough to ask for 50 cents to go to a movie, they've condemned me for watching their interests.
You said you were worried about your stepdaughter. Tell me about it.
I'll make it brief. Hate long explanations. Elizabeth got into some trouble with the police. Hit and run. She had been drinking. The man died. Liz was sentenced to a year in Folsom. But I got her off on probation.
Oh, what do you want me to do? Drive around with her and spoil her aim?
Monday the probation expires. She says she is then going to marry this hoodlum, Murray Lang.
And you don't want that because you think he's after her money?
Exactly. When she marries, the will reads that I shall, as executor, turn over half of the estate to Elizabeth.
What about Christopher?
He looked irresponsible when he was born. His mother left instructions that he should not receive his share until he is 35. That's another 8 years.
Well, your stepdaughter's old enough to know what she's doing. I can't see how you can stop her.
That's what I want you to do.
And if I do, you'd be in a pretty good spot.
What do you mean, Mr. Diamond?
You continue as executor.
I can understand you thinking something like that, but believe me, as much as I dislike my stepchildren, I wish to keep them in line for their late mother's sake.
Oh. Well, Mr. Chase, I'll take a look around outside. Maybe I can come up with something that'll point out the would-be killer. If it was Lang, you can stop worrying about Elizabeth. Sing Sing doesn't boast a wedding chapel. I went out through the French doors and started looking around on the soft grass that bordered the garden. I had a fat hunch, so I stopped looking and started wandering. I was halfway through the rose bed when I spotted them. It was Elizabeth and a man. In the darkness, I couldn't make him out, but Murray Lang was my best guess. They went up a narrow path to one of those Chinese pagodas at the far end of the garden, and I slipped up close enough to give my ears a workout. It was Lang, all right.
I don't care what you think. I didn't take a shot at the old man.
Then who did? He's got a policeman in there now, and he's going to start trouble.
Let him. I'm clean. If it was that lushed-up brother of yours.
Chris hates him, but he'd never try to kill him.
Well, then stop hounding me. Maybe you took a shot at the old boy.
Murray.
Well, you got a good reason. I'm tired trying to buck the whole Chase household. If you love me, let's take off tonight and get married. Tell the old man to go to the devil.
You can certainly wait till Monday.
Yeah, but he won't. He's going to cause some kind of trouble and get you tossed into Folsom. He's not going to give up all that money just because you're through with your probation. He probably cooked up that shooting just to get the cops here.
Murray, what's going to happen to us?
Oh, ask your stepfather. He's been doing your thinking for you.
I don't have to. We'll get married Monday.
Okay. I'm staying clear of this place till then.
But what if there's more trouble? I haven't got anyone to turn to.
You worry about it, baby. I got a police record that makes yours look like a merit badge.
I was too good a target in the moonlight, so I started back up the walk to the house. As I passed a hedge, I noticed a funny-looking plant that was shoving its way out of the foliage. I'm sorry I did that. It was the Johnny Jump-Up variety, blackberry kind. The guy on the other end of the sap gave it to me right over the eyes, and I went down like a crapshooter making a pass. I rolled over and watched the moon melt and run down in my eyes. Something warm and sticky spread over my face and turned the night red. Yeah, I was bleeding again. I guess I showed signs of recovering, so he started all over. This time he used his foot in my side. Oh. Oh, a couple more kicks in the ribs and in the right place, and he could have whipped up a fast course of Nola. I felt tired, so I rolled up in an old rose bush and went to sleep. When you finally start coming around, it's like swimming your way out of an acre of mud. If you've taken enough beatings before, you diagnose things in a hurry. The pain in your head is where you got sapped. The ache in your ribs is where he booted you. And the thought in your mind is, oh, it's something about an eye for an eye, if you've got one left. I sat up slowly and looked around. No one in sight, and my watch said 10 o'clock. I'd been out for an hour, and I was feeling lonely until I started to get up. I made it to one knee and looked down at the best reason I could think of for staying home nights. It was Murray Lang, and you couldn't blame him for staring. He wasn't impolite, just dead. Something on the walk beside him gleamed in the moonlight. I took out my handkerchief and scooped it up. It was a little nickel-plated .32. You could still smell the fresh powder in the barrel. I put it in my pocket and stumbled back to the house. Chris opened the door.
Well, you shouldn't drink so much. I never get so loaded I look like that.
Well, try it sometime. It might be an improvement.
Boo.
I told you once before not to do that. Now tell me, where were you 10 minutes ago?
I was in the bar.
Who was with you?
Red and green midgets. Now let go of my collar.
Okay. Where's the phone?
In the hall. Hey, what's going on? Who beat you up?
Nobody. I always bleed like this on warm nights.
Huh?
Big pores.
Homicide, Sergeant Otis talking.
Who taught you how? Did you sit up nights with a parrot?
Oh, very funny. Only one guy could think up a lousy joke like that. What do you want, Diamond?
A picture of you. I'm going to show some doctors that mercy killing has its points. Now, let me speak to the lieutenant.
Comic.
Homicide, Lieutenant Levinson.
Hello, Walt. This is Diamond.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me get the bicarbonate.
What's the matter?
I get stomach trouble every time you call. Go ahead.
All right. I got a killing for you.
I know it. Why can't you be a good boy and stop finding corpses?
I'm out at Sands Point, 82 Maple Drive. I think I've got the murder weapon in my pocket.
Who's dead?
An old friend, Murray Lang, and you better step on it. There's a drunk staggering around the place, and he's liable to spot the body and put it in a cold shower to sober it up.
Oh, all right. We'll be right out. Hold the fort.
So Mr. Lang's dead.
You better stop sneaking up on people, Buster.
And you'd better stop telling me what to do in my own house, Mr. Diamond.
You sobered up pretty quick.
I heard what you said about finding the murder weapon. May I see it?
No. It stays in my pocket until Homicide gets here.
Whose gun is it?
It's a 40-pound broadsword. Now stop trying to look like a Chicago muscle man or I'll start slapping
there
you.
you are, Diamond. I've been looking for you. Great Scott, what happened to your face?
Someone was giving away hints.
Chris, did you have something to do with this?
Hardly. Mr. Diamond has a decided advantage over me. He has muscles. I'll be in the bar.
What's happened? Where's Elizabeth?
I don't know, but her boyfriend's got troubles. He can't explain the hole in his chest.
Lang? What do you mean?
He's out in the garden. Someone shot him.
Is he dead?
And if he's not, he's trying awful hard.
Then we'd better call the police.
That's been taken care of. What kind of a gun do you own, Mr. Chase?
You don't see...
No, I don't. I just dig around till I come up with something. What kind of a gun do you own?
Why, a 45... Now, wait a minute, Diamond. If you've got any ideas about this murder, you'd better wait until the police get here.
Now, look, Chase, I've been insulted in your house, had the air let out of my ego by your beautiful stepdaughter, and beat up in your garden. That's a full night's work, and now I'm on my own time. Where can I find Elizabeth?
I don't know. She may be up in her room.
Oh, where is it?
End of the hall, head of the stairs, first door.
Thanks.
It's beginning to rain. What about Lang's body?
Well, if he catches cold, call me. I went down the long hallway to the foot of a massive staircase. The only light was the one burning in the room I just left. I looked over at over my shoulder and saw Mr. Chase framed in its dim glow, watching me. In that moment, I thought who Chase reminded me of. A triangle hat, his hand in his vest, and Napoleon had a twin. I went up the stairs 2 at a time.
Yes?
Pardon me for barging in, but some guy in the garden just beat all the bashfulness out of me.
How dare you? You get out of my room.
You better put on something a little warmer, honey. That thing would start a Harry-Carry epidemic in Boston.
What do you want?
Yeah. What did you do after Lang left you in the garden?
What?
Big ears. I overheard everything you said.
I see someone pushed your face around. It's an improvement. Did Murray catch you eavesdropping?
Well, if he did, he won't have much time to gloat.
What do you mean? If you've done anything to
Aren't you
Murray...
getting ready for bed a little early?
I don't know what you want. I don't have to answer any of your ridiculous questions. Now, if you don't turn around and get out of here...
What's the matter, baby? Is the drawer empty? Lose something?
No.
Maybe this is it.
Where did you get that gun?
It was lying in the garden beside your boyfriend's body.
Beside it?
That's it, lover. Now sit down and relax.
As Murray did.
Like Jimmy Fiddler's gossip column. Didn't you hear anything after Murray left you?
Oh, no. I was crying and I ran back to the house and came up here.
Is there another way back to the house besides the path that Murray took?
There's one that leads to those outside doors. I came right to my room. Please leave me alone.
This is your gun, isn't it?
Yes, but I didn't do it. I didn't. Murray and I were going to be married Monday.
Ballistics will probably show it's the one that did the job. You better tell me everything you know.
I don't know anything. I didn't shoot Murray. Someone stole my gun from the drawer. Oh, please find out who did it. If they hold me, I'll go to prison anyway. Please, Mr. Diamond, please.
It's going to be tough if this is the gun. I'm pretty sure it is. You could still smell the powder when I... The powder.
What's the matter, Mr. Diamond?
Huh? Oh, nothing. Look, you stay in your room. Maybe I can do you some good. I promise you'll stay here.
Sure. I'm not going anyplace.
And try and snap out of it. Sometimes you keep losing until there's nothing left to play with. It breaks the jinx. I went downstairs and started looking for Chase. As I passed the doors leading to the garden, I stopped cold. A flash of lightning turned the garden flat white. Someone was standing over what was left of Murray Lang. Well, like the view?
Oh, Diamond. I was just looking at the body.
I talked with your daughter. She says the gun that killed Lang was hers.
What?
Claims they had an argument, but won't admit she shot him.
Oh, no, I can't believe it. Certainly she had no reason. Unless...
Unless what?
Well, unless she found out Lang was just after her money.
Well, that's possible. Anyway, if she did do it, I still can't figure who worked me over.
Maybe it was Lang. You told me yourself he didn't like you.
Maybe it was Elizabeth.
Oh, no, it would have to be somebody very strong. She might have kicked you, but never could she have hit you hard enough to crack your head open like that.
Tell me, when does Elizabeth come into her money?
Why, at the end of the probation. The court set it aside until she was cleared of all charges.
Who gets it if she goes to prison?
Well, I'm the sole executor of the estate, but she's not going to jail. She didn't do this thing. I'll get the best counsel in the country.
I'm sure you will. Tell me something, Chase. It's pretty obvious that my face got pushed around, but how did you know my ribs got the same treatment?
What?
It doesn't show. It just hurts.
Why, well, you told me. What are you getting at, Diamond?
You'd have to reach pretty high to sap me, but if you were mad enough, you could make it.
This is absurd. I'm going inside.
And when I get grouchy, it's better to listen. I'm liable to use you to make the flowers grow.
Go ahead, Mr. Diamond. I'm listening.
Well, everybody in this house has some sort of motive for killing. With Elizabeth, it could be the old story of a woman scorned. With your lushed-up stepson, he could want to put the blame on his sister so he'd get more than his share of the estate. And we certainly know you stand to profit if Elizabeth goes to prison, because you retain custody of the family fortune.
I'm getting wet, Mr. Diamond.
Everybody's story's weak, but only one of them doesn't stand up. You said earlier this evening someone tried to shoot you from outside your library.
Of course they did. You have the shot and saw the bullet hole.
That's right, I did. But you told me he was standing outside the room by a good 10 feet. Nothing to say, Chase?
You're trying to catch me up in something.
Oh, you are so right. Now, when I walked into that room, I could still smell burning cordite. To smell fresh gunpowder like that, the gun would have to have been fired outside the room. You staged it, so I'd think someone was trying to kill you.
Is that all, Mr. Diamond?
Outside of the slip you made about kicking me in the ribs. Now, let's go inside.
I don't think so, Diamond.
Oh, that the 45 you were telling me about?
Yes. Go ahead, make a try for it. I'm going to show you how it works.
You kill Lang with your stepdaughter's gun, and you're going to collect the money if she goes to prison. Oh, you're a slob.
My stepdaughter could easily kill 2 men tonight.
You're in a spot. You can't shoot me with that 45 and make it look like the same person killed Lang, too. So you've got to get the 32 in my pocket.
Give me Elizabeth's gun, Diamond.
You try and get it, Chase.
Why, you...
Rick, are you out there?
Better give it up, Chase. That's the law. He eats little men like you.
Out there, Lieutenant. Drum said he saw him fall out. Rick!
Stay right there, Diamond. Another killing won't matter if you try and stop me.
For Pete's sake, if you're out there, Rick, answer me. I'm getting soaked.
Just keep your mouth closed, Diamond. I'm getting out of here.
You'll never make it, Chase. They'll pick you up inside of an hour.
Not if you're too dead to tell them. Yes, that's it. If I kill you, I'll at least have...
You should watch your step, Chase.
Keep your head down, Lieutenant. Somebody's mad. Shut up, Otis, and get out from under that bench. Rick!
Over here, Walt.
What's going on, Rick? Who's doing all the shooting?
Oh, we took turns. He was just going to kill me when he tripped over the body of his first victim. I used this 32 in my pocket, shot him twice.
He's dead, Lieutenant. Give me my baking soda, Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Don't look so unhappy, Rick. He was going to kill you.
Oh, I'm not unhappy. I'm just sore that I didn't have time to take the gun out of my pocket. I ruined a darn good coat. The 3 of us went back in the house, and Otis took Christopher up to bed so he could sleep it off. Walt listened to the story as I told it to Elizabeth. She cried a little and thanked me with her eyes. Walt went downstairs to clean things up, and I sat by her bed until she went to sleep. She didn't even wake up when I kissed her goodbye. Oh, I guess it was better that way. I said goodbye to Walt and Otis and headed for 975 Park Avenue. I was late. My face could use a mile of bandage. I hoped Helen wouldn't mind.
Yes? Oh, my goodness.
Hello, Francis. Tell Miss Asher I brought a car back.
Oh, how bad a wreck was it, sir?
Give me a glass with a backbone, will you, Francis?
Yes, sir, right away, sir. Miss Asher's in the study.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi.
Well, it's about... Oh, Rick, not again.
Mm-hmm.
Your poor little face.
Yeah, my poor little face.
Well, you just stretch out on the couch, and I'll get you a nice tall drink.
Francis is already on his way. Oh.
Feel better?
Yeah, oh, yes. Got a pillow?
I'll hold your head up. How's this?
Mm-hmm.
Like some music to go with it?
Sure. Turn on the radio.
You comfortable?
Mm-hmm. How about you?
Uh-huh. That music sounds like San Francisco. Remember the top of the mark?
Yeah, fun too.
Mind if I turn off the light? The glow from the fire is enough.
You're cute.
Better?
Much. The snow is snowing, the wind is blowing, but I can weather the storm. A little high. What do I care how much it may storm? I've got my love to keep me warm.
Mm-hmm. Me.
I can't remember a worse December. Just watch those icicles fall. What do I care if icicles fall? I've got my love to keep me warm.
I like your singing, too.
Thanks. Off with my overcoat, off with my glove. I need no overcoat. I'm burning with love. My heart's on fire. The flame grows higher. So I will weather the storm. Why do I care how much it may storm? I've got my love to keep me warm.
That was nice.
Hey, why did you turn the radio off?
This is nicer. Come here, Rick.
Oh, honey. Honey, you're reading my mind.
Here's your drink, Mr. Diamond. Oh, my goodness.
You have just heard the fourth of a new series, Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Betty Moran, Jay Novello, Jack Edwards, and Tal Avery. Music was under the direction of David Baskerville. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by William P. Rousseau. Even here in America, we're liable to have a few misconceptions about freedom. Many of us regard it as an outright gift with no strings attached. Well, that isn't quite so. All of us have received a heritage of liberty, a legacy of freedom forged in other days. Remember that the liberty you enjoy is a precious legacy, a legacy that can be lost through disuse. Don't ignore freedom, work at it, for freedom is everybody's job. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Calling all adventure fans, calling all Dick Tracy fans. Stand by. Here comes Dick Tracy now.
Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice, those specially tasty, nourishing cereals that are shot from guns to give you lots of trigger-fast food energy, now bring you another episode of this electrically transcribed series of thrilling Dick Tracy adventures. You know, Mother and Dad enjoy Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice just as much as you do. They're different from ordinary cereals. The plump, crisp, nut-like grains of goodness fairly melt in your mouth. And they give you trigger-fast food energy because they're shot from guns. Every time the sound of those special guns is heard at the Quaker plants, nourishing, sun-ripened kernels of wheat and rice are being exploded into plump, delicious grains of puffed wheat and puffed rice, 8 times their original size. That makes them easy to digest, because all the tiny, hard-to-digest food cells are shattered and locked, and you get the quick energy and goodness of the wheat and rice more quickly and easily. So join the thousands of happy, healthy families who are puffed wheat and puffed rice fans. Look in the pantry now to make sure there are some of those famous red and blue packages there. And if there aren't, ask Mother to get one of each from the grocery displaying the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol headquarters sign. Then invite Mother and Dad to enjoy these 2 swell breakfasts with you. Have puffed wheat one day, and then puffed rice the next for a delightful change. And listen, be sure to have your pencil and paper ready for a secret code message. Get them now. In our last episode, we heard how the Purple Rider, having made his appearance at the headquarters of Vernon Kyle, took one of the Desperado's men away with him. Kyle, believing that Tracy has some connection with the Purple Rider and is trying to frighten him into leaving town, decided to turn the tables and capture Junior. Late that afternoon, Junior was riding with Captain McKean in the mountains when shots were heard in the distance and a call for help. McKean went to investigate, and while he was gone, Kyle's men set upon Junior and carried him off to their mountain stronghold.
Put another log on that fire, Curly. You can't seem to get this place warm. Listen to that wind howl.
Well, what do you expect? 3 miles up in the mountains on the edge of a precipice? Why'd the boss have to pick us for this job? I don't like it.
I ain't crazy about it myself, Curly. It's a long, hard ride back to Pitchblende.
Yeah, and we won't be making it in a hurry. We got to stay here with the kid till we hear from the boss.
Yeah. Hey, it's about time we shoved that kid up into the attic. Give me those ropes so I can tie him up.
Right, and I'll take this gag out of his mouth. Come on, kid. There we are. Okay.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot. Say, listen, where is this place, and why have you brought me here?
Come here by the window. Now, you see through the trees way down below us there, about 3 miles?
Uh-huh.
You see those little houses?
Yeah?
Well, that's Pitchblende. And the reason we brought you here, well, maybe it's because we don't want you to be lonesome.
Well, what are you going to do with me?
That's up to the boss, kid. We follow his orders.
Oh, I think I see it now. You're working for Vernon Kyle. He's the boss. He had you capture me to get back at Dick Tracy and force Dick to do what he wants him to do.
Pretty bright kid, ain't he?
Hey, he's got it figured right. Well, here's those ropes. Come on, buddy.
Sorry, kid, we got to tie you up and put you in the attic.
Oh, no, you don't.
Come on, naughty. We had to suck you once, and we'll do it again.
Yeah. And besides, why do you have to make this job tougher for us than it is already? Ain't you got no consideration, kid?
Sure. He's right. Put yourself in our place. This ain't anything personal, you know. You ain't a bad kid. We're just following orders, that's all. Now hold still or else.
Oh, okay. Guess you guys win. Go ahead and tie me up.
Now you're acting sensible. Hey, don't tie those ropes too tight, Curly. We don't want to hurt the kid, and he's going to be tied up for a good long time.
Well, thanks.
Think nothing of it, kid. We're that kind of guys, see?
Okay. There we are. I guess these ropes will hold now.
Good. And now, kid, we'll put you up in the attic till supper time. That'll be in about 2 hours. We'll see that you get your grub. Don't worry.
No, I don't think I'll feel like eating.
Oh, you'll have an appetite in 2 hours.
Sure. Wait till you start smelling the ham and beans and stuff. Wait a minute, Butch. I got to open this trapdoor.
Right.
Okay. In with you, kid. Push up.
Now you just lay on the floor there and be quiet. We'll bring you down for supper when the time comes.
Well, glad they didn't tie those ropes too tight. Hey, Dick once showed me a trick of tightening your muscles and then relaxing them. I think this is the way it works. Gee, it does work, too. Get my hands loose now. There. Now, what am I going to do? What's the best thing to do? Can't go down there with them. Maybe I can get out on the roof. Gee, I kicked up against something. Looks like a piece of glass. There it is. Piece of old mirror. Holy mackerel. I wonder if... Gosh, I wonder if I can do it.
You think Kyle's got hold of him, Dick, huh?
I know he has, Pat. That's why I'm on my way down to see him now. If he or his men have harmed Junior...
They'd better not. That's all I've got to say. When did you find out about this, Dick?
Only 10 minutes ago. McKean came down from the mountains without Junior. He was drawn away by the sound of those shots and had to leave the youngster for a little while because he didn't know what he was going to get into and didn't want to expose Junior. When he came back, Junior was gone. First, McKean thought Junior had come home by himself.
Dick, maybe that's what did happen. Maybe Kyle hasn't got the youngster at all. Maybe Junior did start to come home alone and got lost. Or maybe taken a longer way home.
Oh, I know better. Junior would have waited for McKean. He didn't. And that makes me sure something has happened to him. I'd be very much surprised if Kyle isn't behind this. And I don't expect to be surprised.
Well, here we are at the hotel.
Yeah, let's go in. That's Kyle's private office over there. Come on.
Okay.
Tracy, what the... I want to have a talk with you, Kyle.
Well, I don't want to talk to you.
What have you done with Junior?
With who?
You know whom I'm talking about. My ward, Dick Tracy Jr. Where is he?
I still don't know what you're talking about. What would I want to do with him?
Well, I can make a good guess, Kyle. But I'm not going to do any guessing because I know you've got him. You produce that boy right now, or I'm going to search this place from top to bottom.
Go ahead, search it. You got a warrant, of course. You got us there, Dick. You did. Why didn't we think of bringing a warrant? Isn't it too bad you didn't think of bringing it? I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll wait till you go back to headquarters and you get McKean to swear one out for you. Anything to keep you out, you know.
You're not so clever, Kyle. Even if the boy isn't here, that still doesn't mean you haven't got him. You think you've got me just where you want me, don't you?
Well, haven't I? Of course, I'm not admitting anything, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if you never saw that kid again, unless...
Unless what?
Unless you decide to see things my way.
Why, you flannel-mouthed...
Pat. And just what is your way, Kyle?
Tracy, I've worked a long time to get this town in line. Hasn't been an easy job either, but now I've got everything just the way I want it. I don't like the idea of any change, see? I've got a 50% interest in every pitch blend claim that's been discovered within miles of here. And when the boys get sensible and start shipping their stuff out on my planes, I'll have more than 50%. Things were working out fine for me, Tracy. I never had any trouble. The miners had never have dreamed of continuing to use dog sleds when I wanted them to use my planes. If you hadn't come along and given them ideas...
Well, get to the point, Kyle.
I'm coming to it, Patton. Stop giving the boys ideas, Tracy. Forget all your nice plans for interfering with my business. Call off the dogs. Send back Baldy and Bill. And one more thing. Yeah, it's kind of important, too. Get out of town yourself. If you're smart, Tracy, you'll do what I say.
And suppose I don't do what you say?
You never know. Something might happen to that kid of yours.
I see. You would try this way of getting back at me. I'll admit it's the way I find hardest to fight. Well, you hold the winning hand, Kyle. There doesn't seem to be much I can do. I'd like a little time to think it over.
Sure, Tracy, sure. All the time you want.
Come on, Pat.
I'd just like to take one more poke at him.
Why didn't you just let me knock him around a bit and force him to tell us where Junior is?
Well, that's not the way to do things, Pat. We've got to do things according to the law. We can accomplish the results we want, too. There's more than one way of bringing Kyle to justice. All we need is a little time to figure a way out.
Well, if there is a way, I don't see it. All I know is that they've got Junior.
You don't doubt that now, do you, Pat?
Well, how can I? Kyle admitted it. Well, he almost did anyway. Here we are at Mountie headquarters. Want to go in and get that warrant?
Yes, sir. One moment. What was that?
What was what?
Up there in the mountains. I thought I saw something flash in the sun. There it is again.
Yeah, I saw it, too. Look, there it comes again. Say, it almost looks like dots and dashes.
It is, Pat. It's code.
Code?
Someone is signaling with a mirror. A mirror reflecting the rays of the sun. And, Pat, it might be Junior.
Holy mackerel.
It is, Pat. It is Junior. I recognize the code.
How, Dick? Is there a special code?
Yes. We've often talked about it. I decided that in a case like this, we'd use the Buffalo code. Quick, take this down.
Okay, shoot.
Here come the flashes again now. 4, 10, 11, 26, 26, 12, 15.
Got it. Go on.
20, 13.
Yeah.
14, 11, 6, 20, 13.
Is that all?
Wait a minute. No, here come some more flashes. 7, 8, 10, 10, 18. Got all that?
Yeah.
What's it say?
Holy mackerel, Dick. It says that...
That kid's awful quiet up there in the attic, Curly.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. I'll just have a look up there to be sure he's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, jumping catfish, the kid's gone.
You're crazy. We've been here all the time. He couldn't have got away.
The trapdoor to the roof is open. He got out that
He
way.
must still be up there. Come on, get up that ladder and onto that roof.
Okay, now take it easy.
There he is on the edge of the roof by the precipice. What are you doing with that mirror, kid?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Yeah, we would like to know. We're going to find out.
Stay away from me. You come near me and I'll...
You what?
I'll jump. That's what I'll do.
We can't let the kid do that, Butch.
Don't worry, he won't. He hasn't got the nerve. You get him from that side, Curly, and I'll get him from this side.
Oh.
You come up here and I'll jump. I swear I'll jump.
Then you better jump, kid, because we're coming, and we're coming pronto.
Junior is in a desperate situation. It doesn't seem possible that Dick will arrive in time to save him. And what was the code message Junior sent to Dick? We'll repeat it for you in a minute, because it's time for our Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol meeting, brought to you by Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, those crisp, tasty, refreshing cereals that are shot from guns to give you lots of trigger-fast food energy. And here comes Pat Patton now to take charge as acting patrol president.
The meeting will now come to order. So get your pencil and paper ready for that secret code message that Junior sent to Dick Tracy.
It's certainly a good thing that Junior knows the Dick Tracy secret code and the Morse code, so that he could flash that secret message to Dick.
All you patrol members should be able to use both codes. They're in your secret code book.
Right. And now let's have that secret message, Pat.
Okay. It's Buffalo, 4, 10, 11, 26, 26, 12, 15, 20, 13, 14, 11, 6, 20, 13, 7, 8, 10, 10, 18.
Now all you patrol members can decode that message as soon as the meeting is over. And if you haven't got a Dick Tracy secret code book, join the patrol right away. Then Dick sends you one, and you're in the know, too.
It's easy to join the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol or the National Girls Division, and it's barrels of fun when you do.
So tear off the tops of 2 Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice packages. Then print your name and address on a plain piece of paper. If you're a boy, print the word boy at the top. And if you're a girl, print Girls Division. Put the paper in an envelope with your 2 Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice box tops and mail it to Dick Tracy, Box L, Chicago.
Join now, fellows and girls. Get your secret code book, patrol pledge, and official badge. You'll have the time of your life.
And you certainly enjoy those delicious different breakfasts of puffed wheat one day and then puffed rice the next. Remember, they're shot from guns to give you lots of trigger-fast food energy, to keep you alert and keen like Dick Tracy is. So ask Mother now to get you some delicious Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice from the grocers right away.
Calling all adventure fans, calling all Dick Tracy fans. Stand by for another exciting electrically transcribed Dick Tracy adventure Monday at this same time. There goes Dick Tracy now. That is all.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo, the Heron establishment of the Ministry of Technology, an almost ultra-modern building, is set in rural grounds, well back from the road, with lawns and shrubs all around it. It is always, of course, well guarded. On a certain evening, not so very long ago, the security guard on the main gate hitched up a holstered revolver over his very ample waist, surveyed the darkness, sighed, and began pacing the gravel. He glanced briefly towards the car park. A man in a white laboratory technician's coat and carrying a small briefcase left a car and walked casually towards the main building. Another car swung out of the car park, and the occupant waved to the guard.
Night! Night, sir!
When the guard turned back to the gate, he noticed that the white-coated figure had disappeared. The guard continued his idle pacing. In some bushes near the main building, a young man slipped off the white coat and pulled a black sweater with a knitted hood over his head. He then dropped to his knees and opened the case. Inside the case was a gleaming array of barrels, cartridges, bolts, and stocks. With almost magical speed, the young man assembled the parts into a very lethal double-barreled shotgun. He stroked it lovingly. His eyes hardened. They became the eyes of a killer. The eyes of the man who intended destroying poor George.
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Episode 1 of this story, in which John Steed, Emma Peel, and practically everyone else asks, who shot poor George /stroke XR40? The young man crouched low in the bushes. He broke the shotgun and inserted 2 cartridges, clicked it shut, and moved stealthily through the undergrowth. He merged into the shadows, making full use of the cover, checking his position with a thin-lipped smile of satisfaction. At a convenient point, he stopped and dropped to one knee. A light had gone on in a room in the research center. The window had a thin blind. On the blind, clearly silhouetted, was the figure of a solidly built figure seated in a chair, a figure with an impossibly square head. A man moved forward as though to question the seated figure. Seconds later, the shotgun was raised, and a split second after that, the would-be assassin didn't stop to see the result of his work, but headed for the car park, while inside the room with the window blown to pieces, Baines, a senior programmer, stared down in horror at the dark shape on the floor. It was a man-sized and shaped computer, but its dials glowed only fitfully, and its mechanism was slowing down agonizingly.
Oh, no. No. Who could have done this to... Oh, George.
I came as quickly as I could.
This way.
I was about to go to a party. If this case doesn't take more than 48 hours, I may still be able to make it.
Some party?
I think so. I hope you've dragged me away from it for something really important.
Oh, yes, really important. Murder. One of the top brains in the country.
Oh?
It could set us back years.
Well, that seems a pretty cold-blooded way of looking at it.
Well, he was rather a cold-blooded sort of fellow.
Calculating, too.
Oh, very calculating. Look here.
It was the same room. The robot computer had now been laid out on the table. Two white-coated figures bent over it. It was an emergency examination. Dr. Ardmore, an expert in cybernetics, was in charge.
Not much more I can do here, Tobin.
But any movement might upset the balance and prove fatal.
We'll have to risk it. Get the theater ready. I'll operate within the hour.
Yes, sir. Oh, good evening.
Evening. Dr. Ardmore, Tobin, Mrs. Peel. How do you do? And there on the table is George, oblique stroke XR40, the most advanced electronic brain in the country.
A computer?
Yes. Containing the concentrated knowledge of more than 2,000 of the world's leading scientists.
Digital or analog?
Numbers or words, they are now perforated by a 12-bore aimed through that window.
I wish I could say that I'm pleased to meet you, Mrs. Peel, but in the circumstances... I'm a cybernetic surgeon, by the way. This is a crisis. I'm afraid I can only spare you a few minutes.
Oh, we quite understand. He looks in a bad way.
A major op is our only chance.
Any reason for this attack?
Senseless destruction. Work of a psychopath. It must be.
Must have been a well-organized psychopath.
Better get him onto the stretcher. Give me a hand, Tobin.
Yes, sir. On here, and we can wheel him out.
Gently now, gently.
Yes, sir.
What was that, Mrs. Peel?
The attack. It was obviously well planned. The shots through the window.
A cold-blooded murder. George XR never had a chance. More careful with him, you fool. Now, careful.
Oh, dear. All his, insides have come apart, haven't they? This wire any of you?
It could be vital.
But there's a lot more here, too. Wires of different colors. Green, blue, red. Mostly red.
Life's blood. Give them to me.
Yes, but there must be a difference between a spare part and a transplant, surely.
Was George working on any special project, Dr. Ardmore?
Nothing strategic, if that's what you mean, Steed. A stress analysis for the Admiralty. That's right, isn't it, Tobin?
Not quite, sir. Mr. Baines brought in a rush job late this evening.
Baines?
Who is Baines?
One of our programmers. He's worked with George XR since the start.
He was here when it happened, Mr. Steed. The tragedy, I mean.
I see. Is he here now?
No, he's off duty. He went home. Very cut up, of course.
Of course. You've got a telephone number. I'd like to talk to him.
Yes, you can get the number from reception.
Thank you. Really, I don't want to worry you, but I must go and get scrubbed up. We can't leave George like this. Every moment is important. This is an emergency, and I must operate at once. Tobin, after you. Careful now.
Yes, sir.
Now, gently. You're not dealing with a mere dispensable human being. Gently. Oh, if you get in touch with Baines, you'll have to ask him to turn down his hi-fi. He's an addict. A very peculiar fellow, I'm afraid.
Would one peculiar fellow appear out of place in this organization, I wonder?
I shouldn't think so.
A hi-fi addict, hmm? How's your tympanic membrane these days, Steve?
Oh, no panic. In fact, it's booming.
Splendid. I'll leave Mr. Baines to you then and get back to my party.
Oh, no, you don't. You can't be so heartless as not to feel pity for poor George. No, we can't very well leave him to face this major op alone. And you realize something, Mrs. Peel?
What?
If they do get George oblique stroke XR40 over this, and his wheels start turning again, he could pop out one or two answers.
Like the muzzle velocity of a 12-bore shotgun and the impact of a bullet fired through a glass window into a computer's chest? Would that really tell us anything, Steve?
Sometime after that, Steed and Emma Peel, back in London, entered her apartment. Steed wandered across to the drinks table, poured himself a liberal tot of whiskey, and reached for the telephone. He'd obtained the number of Baines's home without undue difficulty and proceeded to dial it. The number appeared to be ringing, but there was no answer. Steed thought Baines wasn't at home, but he was. The trouble was he couldn't hear the telephone ring. The reason? Well, he was a hi-fi addict. Of course, being a considerate man, Baines only listened through headphones so that he didn't disturb the neighbors. A man in his early 30s, he was slumped in an easy chair, stirring a cup of cocoa. He reached out a thin hand and turned up the volume on his set. The telephone ringing was lost in the cacophony of sound. Also lost upon the unsuspecting Baines was the sound of the door being slowly forced open. The shadowy figure of a young man slipped into the room. The same young man, incidentally, who'd been darting in and out of the bushes at the Research Institute earlier that evening. Baines smiled contentedly, his eyes closed. Yet another mistake. The young man approached the armchair from the back. His hand stretched out suddenly and turned up the volume on Baines's headphones to full. Baines shot to his feet, tore off the headphones, and flung them down. He swiveled around and found himself looking down the twin barrels of the shotgun that had been aimed with such devastating effect at poor George. Perhaps poor George was made of tougher metal after all.
Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. The Avengers. Donald Monat as John Steed and Diane Appleby as Emma Peel is adapted and directed by Dennis Falvig and produced by David Gooden.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Signal gasoline. Signal, the new gasoline you can prove is superior. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, the man who died twice.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. It wasn't until a year or more after his second death that the public learned the facts in the case of Stash Wilk and made him famous posthumously as the man who died twice. That was an interesting story in itself, but it was really only a prologue to a bigger story, one which the public never knew in full. 4 people were involved: Stash, his brother John, his lawyer Ben Maddow, and his girl Edie Shelby. But the real central character in the story was an oil drum containing $400,000 in currency, buried near a lonely highway. Yes, Stash Wilk, if you hadn't been stupid, if you hadn't killed that bank guard, you might have made it. But there's no use crying over spilt milk, is there? You're in the state penitentiary now, in the death cell, 48 hours from the gas chamber. And all you can think of is the $400,000 buried in the oil drum near the highway, safe. Only you know where it is, Stash. Maybe that's why Ben Maddow, your lawyer, is trying so desperately to get you a reprieve.
But listen to reason, Stash. I tell you, we saw the governor. They all turned us down.
There must be some other way. Where's Edie? I gotta see her.
She's coming with John.
Hey, my brother? What's he doing here?
Trying to help.
You mean he's money hungry, too, like the rest of you?
Please, Stash, don't you see? You've got to tell us where that dough is so we can put it to work for you.
Oh, you low down...
Let me go, you crazy idiot. That guy's coming.
Nobody gets a smell of that dough till I'm out, see?
Yeah, Stash. Yeah. Let me go.
Yeah.
Well, thanks.
All right, straighten your tie. They're coming.
Miss Shelby and your brother to see you, Wilk. 10 minutes.
Stash.
Oh, Edie. Oh, I missed you, baby. Hope you miss me, too.
I have, Stash. I have.
It's getting so I figure everyone's got his eye on the dough. Even you.
Oh, please.
Okay. What's on your mind, Johnny?
Ben, did you ask him about...
I just told Ben exactly how I feel about the dough, Johnny. Just so there won't be no mistakes. You see, there's one thing worse than walking to that little green room tomorrow. That's walking there knowing someone else is making free with that $400,000.
In other words, John, he doesn't trust us.
Right. Once I'm out, it's a different story, of course.
Of course. Well, that leaves us just one alternative.
What's that?
It's a long shot, Stash, but that's about the only kind we have left. It'll take money.
Now or later?
I think you'll be satisfied with later.
Who?
The doctor.
Are you kidding? What good can a doc do me?
Let him talk, Stash.
It's this way, Stash. With the right injections, a man who's been gassed to death can be brought back to life.
Brought back? What are you giving me? What kind of a double cross is this? Are you all crazy or something?
Relax before you have the guard here. I'm telling you a plain fact. A man who's been gassed and pronounced dead can be revived, providing you get him to the right doctor fast enough. Now, cigarette, anyone?
Yeah, I'll have one. Thanks.
A little less noise now, huh?
Yeah. Well, Stash, you ready to listen to details?
Don't have much choice, do I? Okay, Johnny, I'm listening. But get this straight, the 3 of you. I don't do no talking about the $400,000 till I'm out of this pen. And you can figure how much talking I'll do if I come out dead.
Yes, Stash, it's enough to make a man think, isn't it, with death staring him in the face. The guards at the prison notice the change right away, and the report goes to the warden that with a little more than a day of life left you, you've changed from a surly, scowling brute into a model prisoner. Meanwhile, Ben Maddow and your brother John are making preparations. And finally, on the morning of the execution...
What time is it, John?
Almost 5.
That doctor was
Don't worry, I told you. He's got the schedule.
You're sure of him?
Positive. He's done it before.
We have exactly an hour. He goes into the gas chamber at 6 sharp. Where's that laundryman?
Outside.
We'll get him.
Hey, come here in a minute, will you?
Yeah.
You got everything straight?
Yeah, I think so, Mr. Maddow.
He goes into the chamber at 6. Ought to be out at 6:10. They'll take the body direct to the prison crematory. You meet the wagon at the southeast at exactly 6:13, you exchanged that body in the sack in your truck for Stash.
Yeah, I know.
Now, there can't be any slip-ups. A delay of a minute might make the difference between life and death. It's got to be split-second timing. You understand?
Yeah.
All right, get out and check your truck. And don't let the prison guard suspect this is anything but your usual laundry pickup.
Right, boss. I'll be back at 6:20 sharp with the body.
Laundryman. Good, I'll give you a hand. Right through here.
Okay.
Right here.
On the table?
Yeah. Yeah, here's your money.
Thanks.
Remember what I told you. Keep your mouth shut.
Don't worry.
All right, Doctor. Let's go.
Methylene blue.
Here it is.
Needle?
Right.
There. Oxygen on.
It's on, Doctor.
Heart?
Not yet.
More methylene. Heart?
I don't know yet. I can hardly tell.
Give me that stethoscope.
Here you are.
Let's see. Wait a minute. Give him more oxygen.
He's starting to breathe, Doctor.
How's his heart?
Easy. Now down on the oxygen a little. Steady.
He's really breathing.
All right. We'll keep the oxygen on a little longer.
Doctor, is he...
Yeah, he's out of the woods.
He'll live?
He has an excellent chance. Cover him with a couple of blankets.
How long before he'll wake?
There's no way of telling yet. The main thing now is that he's alive. If his constitution is as strong as I think it is, he'll come through.
Ping. Remember that word? Ping. That's what cars used to do going up hills and on the getaway before the days of New Signal, the new gasoline you can prove is superior. But ping is a lost word now, on its way clear out of the motoring vocabulary. For with New Signal gasoline, tired old motors purr with pleasure, even when they're working hard. But higher anti-knock isn't the only improvement you'll notice when you try Signal's new super fuel. No, indeed. In addition, you'll enjoy quicker starting the moment you touch the button, faster pickup that you can really feel. And because you'll be shifting less, you'll get more of those pleasurable high-gear miles, actually go farther than ever with New Signal. Because all these advantages are things you can see, feel, hear right in your own car, we call New Signal the gasoline you can prove is superior. Why not make your next gas stop a stop at one of the friendly stations displaying Signal's familiar yellow and black circle sign? Fill up with New Signal gasoline and see for yourself the surprising performance there's still left in your car. And now, back to the Whistler.
$400,000 is a lot of money, isn't it, Stash? It brought you back from the dead, paid for the split-second timing, the calculated accuracy, the medical exactness that turned a one-way journey into a round trip. You remember nothing from the time the paralyzing fumes surrounded you as you sat strapped in the gas chamber. Nothing except a feeling of strangulation, the sudden stabbing of a million knives at your chest. And then darkness, a limitless ocean of darkness, in which you lost all sense of time and space and being. Then all of a sudden, there's reality again. There's light coming in windows without bars on them. And Edie's here beside you.
I can't believe it, Stash.
Yeah, why not? I'm here, ain't I?
Oh, I was scared.
You were scared. And help me up, baby. Try out these pins of mine.
Yeah. There. Think you can walk?
Walk? Baby, I can fly. Watch.
Oh, take it easy.
I'm okay.
Boys, he's walking.
Huh?
Hey,
Hey, well, look at that. Not bad for a corpse,
But
huh?
it's great, Stash.
Hiya, fellas. Now, when we getting out of here?
We're not getting out of here until we make sure there won't be a slip-up.
What do you mean?
We're going to find you a new face.
Huh?
A plastic surgeon, Stash.
Now, wait a minute.
It's the only way. Your picture's been in every paper in the country. You'd be spotted in 2 minutes if you left this house.
Will it be much of a job?
$30,000 worth.
He must be good.
He is.
Okay, pay him. Let's get it over with.
He wants it in advance.
Well, lay it out. What's the matter? Ain't my credit good for 30 grand?
You take it easy. We worked hard to get you this far, and we want to finish it, but we're broke.
What are you giving me?
What do you want? An itemized statement of how much it costs to buy your skin? All right, here it is. $5,000 each for the 2 attendants. $1,000 for the other stiff. $1,500.
You'll get it back with interest. You know that.
Sure. We trust you, Stash.
Then what are you after?
It isn't what we're after. It's what we've got to have. That $400,000, or enough of it to buy the plastic surgeon and then get us all out of here.
But it ain't safe for me to go after it. You said so yourself.
That's right, I did, but what about one of us? Or don't you trust us yet?
Oh, I don't know. Let me think.
And you don't trust them, do you, Stash? Because you know there's no honor among thieves. Still, you're not quite yourself today, are you? There's a new feeling inside you. The dictionary calls it gratitude. You don't recognize it, but it makes you feel a little like a heel doubting these people after they saved your life. But perhaps you can squirm out of it gracefully. Perhaps your brother...
Johnny, how about you? Can't you raise 30 grand for me?
Right now, I couldn't raise yeast. I'm already out on a limb for part of the expenses.
There's nothing we can do, Stash. We've gone through every cent we have.
You said that. What about raising it? I tell you, my credit's good.
It won't work.
Who is this Doc?
Martin, he's a friend of mine.
Why won't he work in the cuff?
He wouldn't believe me when I told him about the money you buried.
Wouldn't believe you. Why not?
I had nothing to show him. Why should he?
You still don't trust us, do you, Stash?
Wait a minute. You think you could convince this Doc if I drew you a map?
Now you're talking.
I ain't finished. There's strings on this. Nobody does any digging till I'm ready to go with you. After the operation.
But what about paying the doctor?
I think I can sell him on it if I've got a map. He's afraid Stash will walk out on him. He's taking quite a chance, you know.
It's all right with me, Stash.
What about you, Ben? Nobody goes till I go with you, right?
Okay.
All right. Give me a paper and pencil. Then right at this point, on the left side of the highway, there's an auto club road sign. 20 yards from there, right on the line with this rock, you'll find an oil drum buried. See? Right there. You can't miss it.
Thanks, Stash.
Now, you better run out and wrestle up that Doc. I want to get... Ben.
Get your hands up, Stash. Over against the wall.
Hey, what's
you
going
too,
on?
John.
Edie, you're not going to let him do... Oh. So that's how it is, huh?
That's how it is, Stash.
I'll kill you, you little double-crosser.
Get back to the wall, you... There. That's better. You always were hot-headed, Stash.
She'll double-cross you, too, the little...
I don't think so.
He wouldn't understand.
Edie and I were patient, Stash. We knew what we were waiting for, and now that we've got it, there's no need to tolerate you or your brother any longer.
Ben, listen. You got 100 grand coming to you. Knock me and Johnny off, you just wind up with a murder rap.
And 300,000 more. Don't forget that.
Yeah, a lot of good that'll do you when you're walking the last mile. That's right, ain't it, Johnny?
Not exactly. There's no crime in killing a man who's already been executed.
No, Johnny. Not you, too.
Look, Maddo, you're the boss now. I'm only suggesting you haven't much to gain by rubbing me out.
Ben, he's right. We don't want to spend the future ducking the cops.
That's no worse than ducking Johnny Wilk.
For what?
I'm not sure. All I want is my 100 grand, and you'll never see me again.
Ben, it's the best way for us.
Maybe you're right. Maybe it is smarter. Step out of the way, John.
Ben, don't. Ben, for heaven's
So Stash Wilk died twice, reducing membership in the corporation to 3. Ben Maddow, John Wilk, and Edie Shelby, each with one eye on the 400,000 and the other on their partners. They're all jittery that night on the way to the spot Stash marked on the map.
What are you trying to do, Edie? Kill us all?
Don't jump at me. I saw the car.
Well, don't drive so fast.
You want to get there, don't you?
Exactly. I want to get there. I can wait until tomorrow if I have to.
Look. Why don't we just take it easy, huh? We can stop at a roadside hotel.
I think it's crazy.
You're outvoted. May as well slow down.
All right. That better? You know, it's funny, Ben. Someday you'll probably fall and break your neck in a bathtub.
There's a place ahead. Pull in there, and I'll see if they have any rooms. Be right back.
He knows better than to leave it.
Leave what?
Oh, don't give me those sheep eyes, Edie. You had your eyes on his inside coat pocket ever since we left. And don't tell me you're in love with the old goat, neither.
You're pretty sure of yourself.
I know women.
You know me?
Yeah?
That's nice.
Could be a lot nicer with old Graybeard out of the way.
Any ideas?
A few.
For example?
Mighty nice layout here. All these second-story rooms with balconies.
I don't get it.
Just watch me.
That's all I've been doing since we met. Sort of like it, Johnny. Watching you.
Wait a minute. Here he comes. Hey, what's the dope, Ben?
Just talk to the maitre d'. We can get dinner and rooms.
Did you reserve the rooms?
Not yet. I wanted to check with you first.
That's great with me. Come on, Edie.
Yeah, I was thinking we could pick up a couple of those view rooms on the second floor.
With the balconies?
Mm-hmm.
Just what I had in mind.
Look at that sky, will you?
Oh, what about it?
Nothing. Except it is going to be a beautiful night, isn't it?
Shall I serve some more wine?
You, John?
No, thanks.
Mr. Maddow and I'll have some more.
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Now you're talking to me.
There you are.
Hey.
Will that be all?
Yeah, that's all. Hey, wait. Just leave the bottle, huh?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. If you want anything else brought up, just ring.
Yeah. How's about another glass, everybody? We got lots to celebrate tonight.
Edie will keep you company. I'm going to stretch my legs.
Okay, Johnny. Just careful, Ben. You're spilling.
Yeah, it's a pretty elegant suite. Venetian blinds. French windows.
Pretty fancy, huh?
Yeah.
A private balcony. Yeah. Nice and private. Well, I'll see you two later.
Sure you won't have another drink?
No, thanks. Oh, by the way, Edie, you were right about it being a beautiful night. You two really ought to have a look outside.
I don't know why, but that guy gives me the woolies, Edie. I'm beginning to think I shouldn't have listened to you.
Oh, forget it, Ben. Tonight we celebrate, remember?
Sure, that's right.
What do you say we walk out on the balcony, huh?
I'm comfortable here. I'm just... Oh. Knock my glass over. It's all right, though. I emptied it first.
Come on, Ben. A little fresh air will do us both good. Here, I'll take your arm.
No. I feel fine.
It is pretty out here, isn't it?
You're pretty, Edie. You and me. We're going to have a great time, aren't we, huh?
Why not?
We'll have $300,000 to keep us warm, Edie. Anywhere we want to go, we go there. Anything we want to do, we do it, huh? I've been waiting a long time for a setup like this.
So have I.
Here.
Oh, Ben, look. Right in our backyard, a deer.
Yeah? Oh, that's nice.
Oh, look at him, Ben. He's cute.
Huh? I don't see anything.
Here, get where I'm standing. Right by the rail.
Huh? I still don't see anything.
He's down under our balcony. You'll have to lean over to see him.
You sure it's not an elephant? A little pink one? You're seeing things, Edie. Maybe we'd better go... Hey, God! What are you... Ah!
Too bad, Dad. You turned your back once too often, let your guard drop for one fatal instant, forgot for a second that you were dealing with big leaguers, members of the 400 Grand Association. Of course, John and Edie testified the next morning before the coroner's jury. And of course, the verdict was...
The deceased, Benjamin Maddow, met his death from an accidental fall while under the influence of alcohol.
And, of course, the other guests of the hotel understood when Ben's fiancée and his best friend left immediately after the inquest. Of course. After all, Edie, you couldn't bear to remain around the scene, could you? Not with Stash's 400,000 buried 50 miles away.
We're going to have to be back there tomorrow.
Huh? Why?
We're not acting like a couple of grief-stricken friends. Somebody's got to claim the body.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe you got something. How much farther?
About a mile.
Oh. We'll be there soon.
Not at the rate you're driving. Nice, isn't it? Two of us alone.
Yeah.
There's a lot ahead of us with that 400 grand.
There's a lot behind us, too.
We can forget it.
You think so?
It'll be easy with you. You're a pretty interesting character, John Wilk.
Yeah?
Yeah. You've been in the racket, same as the rest of us, but you've never gotten your fingers dirty. How come?
I used my head, I guess. For example, see this road?
What about it?
That's where we're going. I'm using my head.
I don't get it.
You will?
Why are you turning off the highway? This isn't the place. Johnny, what are you doing? Answer me, Johnny. There's nothing here at all. Stop, Johnny. You'll drive us over the edge.
See what I mean about using my head, baby?
Johnny, why are you getting out?
Release the brake.
Johnny, you can't.
You heard me. Release the brake.
All right.
You know what he's doing, Edie. He's too smart to shoot you with that .38 he's holding. The shoulder of the road slopes down for about 10 feet. Then the cliff. They'll find you in the wrecked automobile, and there'll be no telltale bullet holes. You're thinking fast. You've got one chance, haven't you? There, he's behind the car now to start it rolling down the slope. That's it. Into reverse, quickly. Run him over.
Ah! I got him.
You're going to have to turn around. It's narrow, but you've got to make it, Edie. That's right. Now into reverse. You have to back close to that edge. You have to watch where you're going. Better take your eyes off John for a minute as he lies on the other side of the road.
Johnny! No!
Keep right on going, baby. Right on over.
The Whistler will return with the strange ending of tonight's story in just a moment. Meantime, let's take a quick look inside the refineries where new Signal gasoline is made. It looks like the movie version of a chemist's dream. For here are some of the most amazing devices ever known to science, where the atoms in gasoline molecules are actually separated, then put together in an entirely new way, creating an entirely new type superfuel. That's why new Signal isn't just a pre-war quality gasoline, not just an improved old-style gasoline, but a completely new post-war motor fuel. And that's also why new Signal is packed with amazing new power and performance that's so immediately apparent you can feel it, see it, hear it. Whether you're driving a 1932 Ford or a 1942 Cadillac, you'll know new Signal is the gasoline for your car the moment you step on the accelerator and feel that old motor get young again. That's why we urge you to let just one tankful of new Signal gasoline talk for itself. Let its quicker starting, faster pickup, higher anti-knock, and longer mileage demonstrate in your car why new Signal is actually the new post-war gasoline you can prove is superior. And now, back to the Whistler.
So the corporation is finally cut down to one. And you're it, aren't you, Johnny? It's been a hard struggle. Your chest is crushed, your right foot mangled. But there's something more important than that. You're just like Stash and Ben. Money comes before anything else. It's the thought of the 400,000 in the oil drum that gives you the strength to half walk, half crawl that last mile to the roadside. Yes, there it is.
50, 60.
And there's the rock.
17, 18, 19, 20. Here. Right here.
Yes, John. This is the spot you've lied and betrayed and killed to reach. You don't care whether you live or die now. All you want is the sight of those greenbacks, isn't it? You look for something to dig with, a stick or a sharp stone. There's nothing. So you dig with your fingers, claw at the dirt, forget the pain in your hands. Every breath feeling as if you've inhaled a load of razor blade. But at last you reach it. The oil drum, just as Stash had said. The top comes off easily.
There. Now. Can't feel it. Light a match. Now. What's this? Where's the... Empty. No. No, I'm wrong. It can't be. Here. A piece of paper. Just like Stash. Must be another map. The dollar bill. Map, it must be a map. Sure, he's written directions. Whoever's double-crossed me, keep this buck for your trouble. The rest of the 400 grand, I leave to the worm. Stash. Oh, no.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The curious story, Death Wears a White Robe. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, directed by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Stanley Rubin, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking, and suggesting that you try new Signal. The new gasoline you can prove is superior. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Planes, guns, tanks, and other supplies must be rushed to American troops without delay. One way you can help is to lighten the transportation load by ordering all the coal you'll need this season right now. Get in touch with your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. Fill your bin with Blue Coal. This splendid home fuel will give you comfortable, dependable heat with real economy. At present, there is no shortage whatever of Blue Coal. But in these days of rapidly changing conditions, it's wise not to take chances. Be prepared. Fill your coal bin now and be safe. Call your friendly blue coal dealer tomorrow. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Drums of Doom.
You won't tell anyone I spoke to you, will you? You people out there? I'm not supposed to talk to anybody. But when the wind is like it is tonight, I have to tell my story to someone. There's so much to tell, and the wind is so lonely, so lonely. There might have been no story, no, and I might not be where I am tonight had there not once lived a man called the Black Judge, the most relentless criminal judge to sit on the bench in a score of ugly years. Even once, when the hangman refused to execute a prisoner whom he had sentenced to death, the Black Judge himself took command in the prison yard, had the condemned man escorted to the gallows by a corps of rattling snare drums, and then, with his own hands, sprang the trap and sent his victim dancing into eternity. Oh, yes, he was well named, was Black Judge Henry Arthur Cole, and he lived long, this man. He died, in fact, less than a year ago, hated and deserted by all, save his 3 children. And then, a month after his death, 5 months ago this very night, the horror began. Miss Jennifer Cole, the eldest daughter to the deceased judge, came home one evening and ascended the familiar stone steps of the Cole mansion. As she inserted her key in the front door, she noticed there were no lights burning in the house. It was too early for her brother Edward to be home. But where were the servants? Where was her sister Norma? Alarmed, she flung the door open and... Oh, yes, she screamed. And so would you. And so would I. The house was empty. Everything gone. Every rug, every picture, every stick of furniture. What had happened? Where was everyone? Where was Norma? Where was she?
Norma. Norma.
Where was old Daniel, her brother's valet?
Daniel. Daniel, where are you?
And then, from upstairs came a sound. Fearful, chilling. It brought back the sudden picture of her father, the dismal prison yard long ago. It was the rattling of snare drums, ghostly, mocking, the drums of doom. Bewildered, she ascended the wide, uncarpeted staircase. Suddenly, there was a groan.
Oh. What was that?
Then she saw what it was. At the head of the stairs lay old Daniel, the servant, stretched out in a dazed coma. His eyes turned glassily down the hallway, and there, Miss Jennifer saw a room where no room had ever been before. The drums ceased. Miss Jennifer stared unbelieving into the strange, dismal room at the end of the hallway, and there she saw...
Norma!
Yes, Norma. Miss Jennifer felt her senses leaving her, for in the blue dimness she saw the stark, grim form of a black scaffold, a gallows, and on it, deathly white, stood her sister, eyes open and pleading, and around her neck, a noose.
Jennifer.
Norma. Norma.
I've been sentenced to death, Jennifer.
Sentenced? Who?
The black judge.
Norma. Our father's been dead for a month.
You're wrong, Jennifer. Look. Emerging from the shadows there.
Father.
You see, Father isn't dead.
Norma Cole, you have been sentenced to hang by the neck until you are...
No! You're dead, Father. You can't harm her.
Norma will die, and your brother Edward, too, in his time. Go, Jennifer. You can do nothing here.
Father! Father!
Silence! I have found you guilty, Norma Cole, and now I execute my own sentence.
Oh, don't! Have mercy! Mercy!
You look on the world for the last time, my daughter.
No.
My hand is on the cat.
Father, stop!
And heaven will show no mercy to your soul. The horror had only begun for Miss Jennifer. She fled the house. Frantic and hysterical, she reached the highway, where she sank to her knees, fainting.
Lamont, look! A woman lying across the road.
You're right, Margot.
You suppose it's been an accident?
You better save the guessing games for the parlor. You coming?
Yes, dear.
No.
Lamont.
No.
Is she hurt?
Delirious.
Oh, can't we do something? Edward will be next, he said.
Who said? But tell us what happened.
She's been killed.
What's she talking about?
I don't know, Margot. Who's been killed? Where did it happen?
The Cole mansion. I'm Jennifer Cole.
Oh, won't you try to be calm, Miss Cole?
I can't. I saw it. My sister Norma.
What did you see?
I saw her hanged.
This is the Cole mansion. Your home, Miss Jennifer.
Oh, no, don't make me go in. I'm afraid.
Come along, Miss Jennifer.
The lights are all out, Lamont.
Of course they are. Just as they were when I came home tonight.
It's a strange story, Miss Jennifer.
Silly of you to knock. You see, there's no one here. They've all been murdered.
Good evening, Miss Jennifer.
Daniel.
Yes, Miss Jennifer.
You're all right.
Why, yes, thank you, ma'am. And you, ma'am? We were worried about you. Miss Norma was just saying...
Norma? Norma?
Where is she?
Who, sir?
Miss Norma.
Why, she's having dinner with her brother Edward in the dining room.
Daniel, is she alive?
Alive? Why, ma'am, she...
Hadn't you better see for yourself, Miss Jennifer?
Oh, yes. This way. Norma! Edward.
Where have you been, Jennifer?
We dined without you, my dear. You were late.
Miss
We
Jennifer,
didn't...
I thought...
Did you bring guests, Jennifer?
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, miss. You're friends of Jennifer's?
Well, in a way. You see, we found your sister lying on the highway. She said something terrible had happened here.
Norma, there's just one thing I must know. Was Father here?
Father?
Father? No, Jennifer. Father wasn't here. Norma, why don't you take Jennifer up to her room?
Yes, Jennifer. You come along with me now.
I thought it all happened. It seems so real. So real. I don't know what's wrong with me.
My sister isn't quite herself, I'm afraid.
No?
That question about Father puts a rather plain face on the matter.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow you.
Father has been dead for over a month.
Dead?
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope she'll be all right.
She'll be all right. Norma will take care of her.
Norma, what's wrong with me?
There, dear.
I'm so glad you're really here, Norma. I never knew how much I loved you until I saw you about to die.
Please, Jennifer.
You never know how much you care for a person until you think you're going to lose them.
I've asked you, Jennifer.
Norma, It's a pitiful thing to see a person's mind go, isn't it?
No, your mind is... Now, see here. Your mind is not going, Jennifer. Listen to me.
But those doors and that room where there isn't a room at all.
Jennifer, you know Father's death mask. The one that hangs at the end of the hall out there.
Yes,
I want you to come with me. Yes. I'm going to show you what... Oh, no. No. Jennifer!
What was that?
Norma! Norma, what's happened?
We'd better get up there and see.
Yes, hurry.
Which room did it come from?
Jennifer's.
Where?
The one here at the head of the stairs.
Come on, Margot.
Lamont!
Jennifer! What have you done? What have you done?
What is it?
She's killed Norma.
Killed her?
Yes, look. There's the knife on the bed.
No.
Miss Jennifer.
She's fainted.
I'll tend to her. Mr. Cranston, will you please go downstairs and phone the hospital? Tell them Miss Jennifer is ill. Terribly ill.
All right, sir. I'll be back in a moment.
And if you see Daniel, tell him to get the car ready. We may have to take her ourselves.
Right.
Norma.
Miss Jennifer. Miss Jennifer.
Is she coming around?
Yes, I think so.
Norma, what were you saying about the mask? What was it, Norma? Norma?
This isn't Norma.
No, Norma's dead. You killed her. You killed Norma with this knife.
I killed...
There she lies on the floor. Do you see?
Oh, Norma.
Mr. Cole.
What is it?
Look.
Where?
There, around Norma's throat. It's the mark of a rope. The mark of a noose.
Oh. Yes, there is, isn't there?
But don't you see? It means...
Like I said, she was on the gallows. I know it now. It was true.
She was right. It must have really happened.
Yes, I'll go and stop Mr. Cranston. Perhaps we won't need that call after all, eh? Imagine we may not need it after all.
Jennifer, listen to me. What were you saying about a mask?
Oh, yes. Father's death mask. Norma was just about to tell me something about it when I saw the knife in the doorway.
Where is that mask, Jennifer?
At the end of the hall. Why, I never thought. It's hung just where I thought I saw the gallows room. I wonder... Listen, do you hear it?
Drums.
You see? It was real. That's exactly the way I heard it before.
Yes, I see. Quiet now. Just be still.
Where are you going?
I want to see that death mask, Jennifer.
Oh, no.
At the end of the hall, she said. Now, let's see. It should be about... Oh, here it is. Well, it's just a piece of plaster. Nothing unusual about it, except it needs straightening. It's hung a bit crooked. There now. The wall. It's open. It's the room Miss Jennifer saw. The gallows. The drums.
And myself, Miss Lane.
Oh, let me go. Oh, let me...
Come in. Court is in session, Miss Lane. The black judge will see that you get justice. Justice!
Act 2 of The Drums of Doom will continue in just a moment. First, consider what your answer would be to this personal question. Would the heat in your home be just exactly the same as it is now if you could adjust it perfectly to suit your own comfort? If you say no, then certainly you need blue coal. You see, blue coal is tailor-made for your home. It's carefully sized and graded to fit the requirements of your furnace. That's why it gives even, comfortable, dependable warmth. On top of that, this tested superior home fuel is a money saver. It burns so efficiently that you enjoy real economy with blue coal. Add to all this the new blue coal automatic heat regulator, and you have the modern home heating setup that has given genuine satisfaction to thousands upon thousands all over the country. The blue coal heat regulator is easily and quickly installed. It's a cinch to operate. With a flick of the finger, you can set the temperature in your home just where you want it. Ask your neighborhood blue coal dealer for a free demonstration of the money-saving blue coal heat regulator. He's listed under the words blue coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Call him tomorrow. Now, back to the shadow.
You people out there must never let anyone know who told you this story, for I'm supposed to be silent. But it's a tale that must be told. It was really half over, you see, when Mr. Cranston at the phone downstairs heard Miss Lane's screams. I heard Miss Lane call for help, Mr. Cranston.
So did I call. And just before Margot screamed, I heard a sound. The same sound Miss Jennifer said she heard this evening.
You did, Cranston?
It was the sound of snare drums coming from somewhere...
Miss Edward!
What was that?
Look! It's Daniel, my servant, there at the top of the stairs. He's fallen.
Come on, Cole.
Yes. Daniel! Daniel!
What's happened to him?
Oh, I went into Miss Jennifer's room, and it was empty.
Empty?
When I came out into the hall, there was something waiting in the dark. I tried to run. It struck me. Oh.
Is he hurt badly?
I can't tell. We'll tend to him, but first we've got to find Jennifer and Miss Lane. Chances are they're still somewhere on the second story here.
I'll take this hallway, Cole. You go through the bedrooms.
Right.
And if you need any help, sing out.
I will.
Margot! Miss Jennifer! Can you hear me, Margot? Telephone right off the hallway here. And I was sent all the way downstairs to phone. Very interesting. Hello?
Hello, this is Otterson, the Cole's lawyer.
Yes?
I'd like you to tell Mr. Edward Cole that I'll be at his house at 11 o'clock.
Is he expecting you?
I'm coming to read his father's will. It's completed now. I'm afraid there's nothing in it that he wants to hear, but I must follow the legal procedure.
All right, I'll tell him.
Thank you, sir. Goodbye.
A will he won't like to hear, eh?
Who was that on the phone, Cranston?
Oh, Mr. Otterson. Said he'd be over at 11 o'clock to read your father's will.
Oh?
Did you find anything in the bedrooms?
No, but I did find something interesting, Mr. Cranston. Do you see my father's death mask hanging there?
Death mask? Oh, yes. Here it is.
Turn it, Mr. Cranston.
Turn it? Well, what do you mean?
Just try it and see.
Well, I'll try it, but
Look, Mr. Cranston. The wall is opening. And what have we inside?
Well, the gallows.
Lamont!
Margot!
And Miss Lane with the noose around her neck, all ready for the trap to be sprung.
Margot!
No, Lamont, don't come in here, don't!
What do you mean, Margot? I have to.
Yes, Mr. Cranston. I thought you'd have to. I hope you two find it comfortable in the gallows room. Daniel, get up from there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Excellent performance, Daniel. You quite took Mr. Cranston's mind off the drums he heard.
That was the idea, sir.
Good. Where's Miss Jennifer?
She's locked in the small room adjoining the library, just as you ordered, sir.
You've done well by me, Daniel.
By you? I done it for my share in the will, don't you go forgetting.
Oh, no, I won't forget. But first, there's a little matter of canceling out the two rather annoying young people in the gallows room.
You mean another murder?
There, that's Otterson now. Get a grip on yourself, Daniel. Miss Lane is completely prepared on the gallows. All you need to do is spring the trap.
But the man...
You've got a gun equipped with a silencer. It's not a bad job for the price we're getting. Daniel? Daniel? Coming, Mr. Otterson. Coming.
Hurry, Lamont.
Stand still, Margot. I'm trying to get the noose from around your neck.
Lamont, didn't I see a window in the rear wall?
Yes, Margot, but it's a sheer drop to the ground. Break any mortal back that tried it.
Shh. Lamont, the wall's opening.
Steady, Margot. Just tell the gentleman who comes in that I went out through that window.
What are you going to do?
We're going to rely on the services of our old friend, the Shadow.
Ah, Miss Lane, how pretty you look on the gallows. And as for your friend, Mr... Where is he? Where's Cranston?
He's gone.
Gone?
Out of the window.
But that can't be.
Well, he's gone. You can see he's gone.
All right, so he got away. But you'll pay for the both of you.
No, don't.
See what a neat thing a gallows is? Here's the spring. When I push it, the trap will open.
No!
Yes, and for a little while, you'll dance on air. And then... What was that?
You are near the gallows, Daniel. But you'll be nearer yet before your days are over.
Who's talking? I can't see anyone. But there's a voice.
It is the voice of the Shadow. Now give me the keys that unlock these walls, Daniel.
All right. No point in arguing with a voice. It's here in my pocket.
Shadow, he's got a gun.
So I see.
Oh, my arms! Something's holding me!
Drop that gun. Drop it, Daniel.
Oh, let me out of here. I can't fight something I can't see. Let me go. Let me go.
All right, Daniel, I'll let you go.
Someone I gotta talk to about this. Someone I gotta talk to.
Run, Daniel, run. Your crimes are close at your heels.
Good of you to have come out here, Artisan. May I give you a brandy?
No, Mr. Cole. I'm just here to make you acquainted with your father's will and...
Mr. Edward! Mr. Edward!
Daniel, how dare you come in the library when I...
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd quite forgotten about Mr. Artisan.
The man's as pale as a ghost, Cole.
Here, Daniel. Drink this brandy. It'll steady you.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Now, get on with the will, Artisan.
Yes. Well, sir, there's only one paragraph that would be of interest to you, and according to your father's letters, he had told you of his intention of making it in the main article.
Right, and that paragraph states in effect that you are to divide his fortune among deserving charities and present each of us, his 3 children, with the sum of $1.
That's correct. And you agree to accept the will, Mr. Cole?
I do not.
What?
I most emphatically question it.
On what grounds, sir?
On the grounds of my father's sanity.
His sanity? But there was a witness to his sanity, Mr. Cole.
Who? My sister Jennifer?
Yes, Miss Jennifer. She was the only one of you in town at the time he remade his will.
I question Jennifer's ability to judge anyone else's sanity, Artisan.
What do you mean?
I mean that if I can prove that she is insane, the law will not recognize her testimony, nor the will. Am I right?
Yes, you are right, but...
Good. Daniel, open that door.
Yes.
Jennifer, come out, my dear.
Miss
Oh, Edward. Edward.
Jennifer, did you or did you not see our father in this house tonight? Answer me.
Yes, I saw him. I saw him.
Did you see a room on the 2nd floor where we all know there is no room?
Yes. Yes.
And did you see a gallows in that room and our father hanging Norma on that gallows?
Yes, I did.
Good.
I did.
Good. Well, what do you say to that, Mr. Artisan?
I suppose this case, this had better be reconsidered. I'm afraid you're right, Mr. Cole.
What was that?
It's the voice. The voice again.
No, Artisan, he's not right. Miss Jennifer is sane, but Edward, Norma, and Daniel here conspired to drive her out of her mind, to invalidate this will.
It's a lie. It's a lie.
They built a gallows on the 2nd floor of this house, and Edward, impersonating his father in his black judicial robes, pretended to hang Norma.
No!
They cleared the lower floor, stripped it of its furnishings, then restored it all in Miss Jennifer's absence, with the deliberate plan of persuading her she was insane. However, poor Norma was too soft-hearted to carry it through. And for this, they killed her and tried to pin the guilt on Jennifer.
It's the truth. The Shadow's telling the truth.
Quiet, Daniel, all right?
It doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter anymore.
Help him. Look, he's fallen. Here, let me help.
Stand back, Artisan.
Haven't you done enough, Edward?
I'll take that gun, Cole.
Something's holding my arm.
Drop that gun, Cole. Drop it.
I've got the gun, Shadow.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
Stand back, Mr. Cole. I'm warning you.
Oh, no, you're...
Your killings are at an end, Edward Cole.
Look, Lamont, it's Daniel lying here, and Mr. Edward.
What's happened? I shot Mr. Edward. He had threatened to kill me.
Is he dead?
Water.
Here, let me see. It's only a shoulder wound. Here, Miss Jennifer, give me that brandy.
Oh, yes, Mr. Cranston, here.
No brandy. No.
Drink, Cole, drink. All right. Phone for the ambulance, Margot. He's going to live.
So I was going to live, was I? No. They were wrong. You see, there wasn't a chance. The drink they gave me took care of that. It was what was left of the brandy I had prepared for Daniel. Poisoned. Poisoned so I wouldn't have him blackmailing me for the share of my father's estate I'd promised him. That was the bitterest twist of the whole bitter tale. But now, you must promise me you'll never repeat what you've heard. For it's been told to you from the tomb. Told by the lips of a dead man.
Ah, but you'll keep quiet. For if you ever tell anyone and tell them the truth, they'll only say you're insane, you know. They'll only say you're insane.
An important real-life drama of America at War will be presented immediately after a message from John Barclay, Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert. Mr. Barclay?
Thank you. Friends, as we all realize, it's more important than ever now to save fuel. Let me give you a few tips that you may find useful. First of all, insulate doors and windows. Use window strips or storm sash. Another thing, close bedroom doors at night so you can keep the rest of the house at a comfortable temperature. The new Blue Coal automatic heat regulator will be a great help to you in this. The regulator will automatically adjust the heat for night and for day. You'll save a good deal of fuel that way. And what's more, you'll save effort. You won't have to rush down to the basement several times a day to adjust dampers. Your Blue Coal dealer will tell you all about this remarkable automatic heat regulator. And besides that, he'll be able to go into more detail than I can here about how you can save fuel without sacrificing comfort. Call your friendly Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. There's no charge, of course, and no obligation. He'll be glad to help you as part of his regular service. Thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Red Cross today desperately needs your help. This valiant organization is struggling against tremendous odds in meeting both civilian and military needs on all fronts. Listen and remember. In a small village in the war area, far across the sea, a wounded man and his wife remain alone. All other civilians have fled. The enemy is quickly approaching. The woman speaks.
Oh, Manuel, they will soon be here. What can we do?
You must go. Go quickly while you can.
No, I will stay with you.
Shh. They're here. It's too late.
Red Cross. Anybody here?
Oh, help us.
You bet your life. That's what we're here for. We'll have you out in 2 shakes. Hey, stretcher, double quick.
Where there's danger, trouble, and suffering, there you'll find the Red Cross. Send your contribution to your local Red Cross headquarters today. Help save both civilians and soldiers so they can fight on. The United Nations must prove to criminal aggressors that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. This story is produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Vivian. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to pass me by tonight, Angel. I'm all tied up with some practical joker. This boy thinks the only way to get a bang out of life is by using a gun.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels, and you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the unsilent butler. Before we join the Falcon in his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you folks about Kraft's Golden Velveeta. Velveeta is such good eating. Just taste that grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And Velveeta is so good for you. It's rich in important food values from milk, and it's digestible. Velveeta is as digestible as milk itself. For swell-tasting snacks, for good, hearty sandwiches, for thrifty, easy hot dishes, it's smart to keep stocked with Velveeta. Get it tomorrow in the handy half-pound package or in the economical 2-pound loaf. The pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality, Velveeta, is made only by Kraft. And now, the case of the unsilent butler. It's early afternoon in New York, and in the swank offices of the Conrad Oil Company, the president of the outfit thumbs through a stack of correspondence. It's quite obvious that Mr. Conrad is a big operator, and if you're wondering how he got there, just watch him in action. What is it, Miss Rogers?
I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Conrad, but there's a Daniel Lyons here to see you.
Daniel Lyons?
He used to be with the Cooper Detective Agency. He says he has a 3:30 appointment.
Oh, yes. Send him in.
Mr. Conrad will see you now, Mr. Lyons.
Miss Rogers?
Yes, sir.
See that we're not disturbed.
Mr. Conrad?
That's right.
I'm Danny Lyons.
This is indeed a pleasure, sir. Won't you sit down?
Thanks.
You're probably wondering why I sent for you.
Now that you mention it, I am. Your company has its own staff of troubleshooters.
Well, the assignment I had in mind calls for peculiar talents, and I don't think our boys are equipped to handle it.
What makes you think I am?
Weren't you the detective whose license was revoked for your part in the Norden affair?
Yeah, but I was framed.
I'm terribly sorry to hear that.
What do you mean?
The man with an imagination capable of figuring out a method of swindling Mr. Norden should go far.
Could you use someone like that?
I could.
Then I'm your boy. What's the pitch?
Mr. Lyons, I don't know how much you know about the oil business.
Very little.
Have you any idea how we locate a well?
I always assumed you just kept digging and hoped for the best.
Oh, it's a little more scientific than that. However, there's still a great deal of guesswork involved. So much so that last year alone, my company lost $6 million sinking new wells.
Oh, that's tough, but that's one of the gambles of your racket, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. However, 3 months ago, an engineer named Robert Butler invented a device that takes practically 80% of the guesswork out of locating oil wells. He called it the Butler Petroleum Detector.
Gimmick like that ought to be worth a fortune.
It is.
Then it seems to me I'd get hold of this Butler character.
You should give me credit for that much intelligence, sir. But you see, Robert Butler died in an accident 2 weeks ago.
What happened to the invention?
He left it to his brother, Arthur, who unfortunately contracted to sell it to an independent prospector named Just Stevens before he heard from us.
What if he did sell it to Stevens? Couldn't you arrange with Arthur Butler to give you a set of plans?
There are no plans. They were all destroyed in the accident that killed the inventor. The only thing that exists is a 12-inch working model. Need I add, Mr. Lyons, as such, it's extremely valuable.
What do you call valuable?
If we got it instead of Stevens, it would be worth $100,000.
And no questions asked, Mr. Conrad?
And no questions asked, Mr. Lyons.
Taxi! Taxi! All right, driver. Let's go to the... Oh, excuse me a moment. Say, mister.
Me?
Yeah.
What's the trouble?
No trouble. My name's Arthur Butler. I like to make things easy for people.
Huh?
I got a date with a fella named Jess Stevens.
What?
I'm supposed to meet him at Mike Warren's apartment at the Belmore.
What's that supposed to mean to me?
Well, it should mean something. You've been trailing me ever since Friday, and seeing as how I'm only going to be in town another few hours, I wouldn't want to lose you now. So long. All right, driver, let's go.
Is at the right time, Mike?
More or less, Stevens.
Well, that's keeping our friend, Mr. Butler.
Now, relax, Jess. He's only 5 minutes late. He'll probably be here. There, what did I tell you? Come in.
Well, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Oh, hi, Butler. We were just talking about you.
I'm sorry I'm late.
Oh, that's okay. I just didn't want to miss my plane to San Francisco. I've got to leave in half an hour. Can we get going?
No, I don't see why not.
All right, Mike, suppose you take over.
Well, I don't think there's much for us to do. Did you bring the model of the petroleum detector with you, Butler?
Yes, sir. I got it right in this grip, chained to my wrist.
All right, get your key ready. According to the contract, you were to get $25,000. Stevens gave you $1,000 when the contract was signed, and right here I have his check for the balance.
Is it certified?
No, but I can assure you it's good.
How do I know that?
Hmm?
Well, this is on a San Francisco check. I'm sorry, gentlemen, it won't do.
Now, look here, Butler. We made a deal.
Take it easy, Jess. I'll handle this. Listen, Butler. That contract is legal and binding. You try to renege on it.
Oh, I have no intention of reneging, Mr. Warren. But until I see that $24,000 balance in cash, I'm not turning over this model.
And where can we cash a check this size on Saturday afternoon?
Well, that's your problem.
All I can say, Butler, is that you picked an awfully queer time to turn suspicious.
Maybe I did, but you can't blame me. I don't know you people too well. And, well, meaning no offense, sir, but what guarantee have I that Mr. Stevens isn't trying to flim-flam me?
Why, you...
Now, Jess, easy. What do you mean, Butler?
Just what I said. If everything's on the up and up about this deal, why is Mr. Stevens in such a hurry to leave New York? And why has he had me followed?
Followed?
You had a tail on him, Jess?
Does it help me, Mike? The guy's crazy.
You must be imagining things, Butler.
Don't tell me that. I've seen the same gentleman too often. Yesterday, he posed as a bill collector. This morning, he was a telephone repairman.
What did he look like?
Oh, he's a heavy-set lad. Must weigh about 210 pounds. Brown curly hair. Oh, and across the bridge of his nose was a small scar.
Sounds like Danny Lyons.
Lyons? Who's he?
A private detective who recently lost his license for being mixed up in some swindle.
Now tell me I'm imagining things.
And now look, Butler, Stevens didn't hire Lyons.
Well, then who did?
I don't know.
Maybe I can guess.
Who?
Carl Conrad.
Carl Conrad? Who's he?
Oh, one of my competitors. Listen, Mike, is this man Lyons dangerous?
Enough.
Then I want you to leave that model here, Butler.
You're crazy. I'm not letting this out of my sight till I collect that $24,000 I got coming.
You'll have it Monday morning, just as soon as my bank opens in San Francisco.
Fair enough. You'll get the detector then.
Well, the least you can do in the meantime is to hire a bodyguard.
Don't you worry about me, Mr. Warren. I can look after myself.
Oh, sure. Last man I heard say that was guest of honor at an autopsy last week. All right, Butler, we'll supply the bodyguard.
Yes?
Is John Webster in?
Do you have an appointment?
Well, I think he'll see me. Where is he, in there?
Just a second.
That's all right. I'm an old friend of the family.
Come back here. You can't walk in like that.
Hey, what goes on here?
Hello, Johnny.
Mike Waring.
I tried to stop him, Mr. Webster, but
That's
he wouldn't...
okay, Pat. This is the Falcon. We used to play hooky together.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
How could you?
Sit down, Mike.
Thanks.
Haven't seen you in months.
How's it going, Johnny?
Oh, couldn't be better. Right, Pat?
Oh, yes. Everybody seems to want to hire Mr. Webster.
Well, what about the...
Oh, the furniture?
Well, I was referring to the lack of it.
Oh, we took it out. We ordered a new batch. You know, that modern chrome stuff. Pat thinks it's kind of flashy for a private dick's office, but I didn't. What do you say, Mike?
Well, I say I'm awfully glad to hear you're doing so well.
Yeah. I'm working on a case now that's a humdinger. $5,000 fee.
Well, I guess I'll have to find myself another boy.
What do you mean?
Oh, I had a little routine bodyguarding job, but I could see you wouldn't be interested.
Whoa. Just sit down, huh?
No, I really got to go, Johnny.
Not until I get that job.
But this would only last 48 hours and pay $20 a day.
That's 40 more than Pat and I saw all week.
Oh.
I was bluffing, Mike. I haven't had a case in months. Do I get yours?
Sure, Johnny.
Thanks. What's the story?
Well, there's a man named Arthur Butler staying at the Belvedere. He'll give you all the dope.
He the boy you want me to keep an eye on?
You're not to let him out of your sight for a minute. He's got an oil detector gadget on him that's worth a fortune.
You expecting me?
Yeah, but I better call him, tell him you're on your way over.
Oh, Mike.
Huh?
That don't work. The phone company and me are feuding.
You mean they're sore because you don't pay your bills?
Ain't that ridiculous?
Oh. Okay, Johnny, I'll phone from outside.
There's a booth in the lobby.
Yeah, I'll see you. So long, Pat. Been nice knowing you.
Thank you.
Well, baby, what do you think?
I don't like it, Johnny.
Why?
Don't ask me. I just don't like it.
Don't be silly, Pat. I got a hunch this is where our luck starts to change.
On a $40 case?
Guys have made fortunes in this racket starting with less. I wonder how much that gadget this Butler character owns is worth.
Oh, go away. Look, will you please go away? There's nobody home.
That's you, Waring?
Sorry, Mr. Waring, not to go to Saskatchewan.
Now, don't be funny.
Huh? Who is this?
Arthur Butler.
Oh, do you realize what time it is, Butler?
I'm sorry to disturb you, but I wanted to congratulate you and your buddy, Mr. Stevens, for that cute stunt you pulled.
Stunt?
Yeah, sending around that Johnny Webster.
What's the matter with Johnny?
Well, that all depends on your point of view. From yours, he couldn't have done much better.
Look, Butler, you're not making sense. Let me talk to Webster. Put him on.
Oh, that's a nice act, fella, but it won't sustain.
What are you talking about?
Your friend Johnny skipped.
Johnny skipped. What about the model?
Oh, don't feel badly. He didn't overlook it. He's got it all right, but I want it back, Waring. And if I don't hear from you within 1 hour, you'll be hearing plenty from me.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, it seems that if Mr. Butler doesn't hear from Mike, there'll be trouble. And if you ladies don't hear this idea I have for you this afternoon, you might have more trouble than necessary in planning your Lenten menus. So let me tell you how you can melt Kraft's famous pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta, for a golden, smooth cheese sauce that's perfect with vegetable plates or seafood or rice or just over toast for a grand Lenten main dish. And this sauce is so easy to make. You just melt a half pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. You don't need to cut it up because Velveeta melts so easily and smoothly without any lumps at all. Then stir in a quarter cup of milk, season, and there it is. A cheese sauce that's simply delicious with a grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And you know this wonderful Velveeta sauce will add extra nourishment to your meal because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk, and it's as digestible as milk itself. So it's perfect for all the family, the youngsters and Grandma, too. Make Velveeta your handy helper, Mother. Melt it for fine, hot dishes. Slice it thick for hearty sandwiches and between-meal snacks. Get a 2-pound loaf tomorrow and enjoy America's favorite pasteurized processed cheese food, the one and only Velveeta, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Arthur Butler informed Mike that Johnny Webster removed not only himself, but the Butler petroleum detector as well. Now, in his hotel room, Mr. Butler seems strangely annoyed.
Well, what do you got to say for yourself, Waring? You told me this Johnny Webster was trustworthy. You said with him on the job, I had nothing to worry about.
How did you learn that he skipped, Butler?
I woke up at 3 in the morning and discovered this.
That's the chain you had on the grip, isn't it?
Yeah,
You always sleep with a chain to your wrist?
only since I got to New York. But as you can see, somebody took a pair of wire clippers to it.
Where did you leave Johnny before you went to bed?
On the sofa. He said he was going to read for a while, or so he claimed.
Now, listen, Butler. You've got to believe me. I recommended Johnny Webster in good faith. I'll get back that model for you.
When?
As soon as I can find him.
Yeah, well, that may be years, and I can't afford to wait. I'm going to the police, Waring.
Now, you don't want to do that.
Don't I? You just watch.
Look, you're wrong, Butler. Publicity is the last thing you want in this case.
No use talking. I made up my mind. Did you ask your cab to wait?
Nope.
Oh, there's usually one down at the corner.
Well, seems like you're out of luck.
Taxi? Hey, taxi!
Hey, wait a minute, Butler.
I said you're not going to talk me out of this.
No. Look over there.
Look over where?
That Chevy parked across the street.
Well, what about it?
That's Johnny Webster's heap.
What?
I'm sure of it. If I remember correctly, the rear right fender was off.
If this is some kind of a gag, Waring...
Well, what would be the point? Hey, what did I tell you? This is Johnny's car, all right. Now, why do you suppose he left it here?
Maybe he ran out of gas.
No. What Johnny ran out of was luck. Look behind the front seat.
What do you mean? Oh.
That's right. He's dead. And judging by that knife on his back, it wasn't due to an overdose of sleeping pills.
Yes?
I'm looking for a party named Danny Lyons.
Lyons?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Waring, Mike Waring.
You have the wrong apartment. There's no such person here.
Are you Carl Conrad?
That's right. Come in.
Thank you. I was given to understand that Lyons is working for you.
Where did you hear that?
From the usual reliable source.
Well, you know how trustworthy they generally are.
Yes, well, this came from a friend of mine, a man named Jess Stevens. Ever hear of him?
Stevens? I don't believe I have.
He's in the oil business, too. Though not on the scale you people are.
Oh, of course. He prospects for oil on his own. what we call a wildcatter. And Mr. Stevens led you to believe that this Lyons chap was in my employ?
That's right.
Doing what?
Trying to get hold of the Butler petroleum detective.
Believe me, Mr. Waring, I've been in this business 35 years, and I never heard of that. Just what is that contraption supposed to do?
Take a lot of the guesswork out of locating new oil fields.
It must be extremely valuable.
Yes, must be. Someone knifed a private detective named Johnny Webster to get it last night.
Surely, Mr. Waring, you don't think...
Yes, I do.
I don't know whether you're aware of it, sir, but you're being very insulting.
If I am, it's entirely intentional.
Then you can understand, under the circumstances, I must ask you to leave.
Oh, sure. But I'll be back.
You needn't bother, Mr. Waring. First of all, I don't believe any such object as the Butler petroleum detector exists.
Well, that's your privilege.
Oh, just a moment, sir.
Yeah?
I wouldn't want you to go off feeling I'm one of those diehards who doesn't believe there's anything new under the sun.
No, of course not.
As I said, I don't believe any such invention exists. However, I'd be willing to pay $100,000 to the man who can furnish the necessary proof that I'm wrong. I hope I'll be seeing you, Mr. Waring.
Where do we go from here, Mr. Waring, or don't you know?
Well, I'm convinced that Conrad was lying to me, Pat. But I'm sure he doesn't have the Butler detector yet. He practically offered me $100,000 to turn it over. On the other hand, I'd swear it came as no surprise to him that your boss was murdered.
Well, it came as no surprise to me either. I told Johnny I didn't want him to get mixed up in this.
Why?
Isn't that obvious?
No, who could foresee that Johnny would be hurt? This was a routine job. As a secretary, you ought to know that.
I only know he's dead.
Kind of went for the guy, didn't you?
What do you think?
I think if I never accomplish another thing, I'm going to find his killer. Now, who knew that Johnny got the job to nurse Butler along?
No one.
Sure there wasn't a leak?
I'm positive. Johnny left this office a couple of minutes after you did.
Did you tell anyone?
Did I tell anyone?
Inadvertently or otherwise.
You've got your nerve.
I'm sorry, Pat, but I can't afford to overlook any possibilities. How long had you worked for him?
That's none of your business.
He couldn't have been paying you very much. If my memory serves me right, he said this was the first case he'd had in months.
You think you can browbeat me because I'm a woman. I notice you haven't tried it with Danny Lyons.
I haven't been able to locate Mr. Lyons yet.
Well, what about your friend Jess Stevens?
What about him?
Well, it seems to me if you're going to ask personal questions, he ought to take his turn in answering them. How well do you know him?
Well enough. I was in the Army with him.
Now, what does that prove? Just because a man wears a uniform, does that make him a solid citizen? Suppose Butler was right.
About what?
That check Stevens tried to give him for $24,000. Suppose it was rubber, and since Butler wouldn't accept it, Stevens knew that the only way he could get the model was to steal it. And Johnny caught him in the act.
Got it all figured out, haven't you?
Well, it makes as much sense as any theory I've heard you advance.
Yes, it does. Even I'll have to admit it's worth looking into. I'll let you know how I make out.
Hey, bartender. Let me have a bourbon and water.
There you are, Jess.
No.
They told me at the desk I'd find you in the bar.
Anything new, Mike?
Well, yes, no. What do you say we squat, huh?
Yeah.
I've been doing a lot of legwork this morning.
Okay. You want a drink?
No, I'll sit this one out.
Say, bartender, serve that drink over here, will you? Well, what's the story, Mike? How long do you think it'll be before we can locate that model?
You seem more concerned about finding that than nabbing Webster's murderer.
Okay, if you want an honest answer, yes. I want to get my hands on that detector. To me, that's all that counts.
Well, let me tell you something, Jess. I don't care if I never see that miracle machine again. I'm only interested in one thing.
I'll bet you are. You've been in touch with Conrad, haven't you?
What's that supposed to mean?
Just what it sounded like. What'd they offer you?
You accusing me of selling you out?
All I know is you seem to have forgotten suddenly that you're supposed to be a friend of mine.
Yeah, well, friendship works two ways, Jess. We have a mutual agreement. I can drop you just as you can cancel me out.
Thanks for reminding me, Mike. I may have to do just that.
Just a second.
Hello, Lyons.
Mr. Conrad, what are you doing here?
Well, if that mountain wouldn't come to Muhammad, Muhammad must necessarily go to the mountain.
Well, I was keeping out of sight.
You might have at least phoned me, Lyons.
I had nothing to tell you.
Mike Waring had. He told me that a chap named Johnny Webster lost his life last night trying to prevent a theft from Butler's hotel room.
So?
So, I'm merely putting two and two together.
Sometimes you wind up with 22 that way. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Conrad. Suppose I told you I haven't got Butler's whatchamacallit.
I wouldn't believe you.
I thought you'd say that. How high will you go for it?
We made a bargain last week, Lion.
Yeah, but the whole thing was strictly spec then. If I guaranteed to bring it over to your place in an hour, what would it be worth to you?
I still think the stipulated price of 100,000 was more than ample.
Will you go 50 more?
25, and that's my limit.
Okay. What time have you got now?
9 o'clock.
Go to your office, start counting it out. I'll see you at 10.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Sounds like Lyons and Conrad have made a bargain. And if you ladies would like to make a good bargain, get a 2-pound package of Kraft's famous pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta, from your grocer tomorrow. Because when you buy Velveeta, you're getting the finest quality cheese food your money can buy. Velveeta not only tastes good, but it's mighty good for you because it's rich in important food values from milk. And Velveeta is as digestible as milk itself. So it's a wonderfully handy helper anytime you need snacks or sandwiches or a hearty main dish. Get a 2-pound loaf of Velveeta tomorrow. It's the pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality. Made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Danny Lyons promised to deliver the Butler petroleum detector to Mr. Conrad. Now, at Mike Waring's apartment, the Falcon is just returning home.
Come on in, Waring. The water's fine.
What are you doing in my apartment, Lyons?
Don't ask so many questions. Just shut the door like a good boy.
You mind pointing that gun elsewhere?
Now, don't tell me it makes you nervous.
Yes, very. You have no idea how easily those things go off.
What makes you think I don't?
Well, I assumed you preferred knives.
What kind of a crack is that?
I was thinking of Johnny Webster.
Now, listen, Waring. Don't get me any more annoyed than I am now. I made an appointment for 10 o'clock, and it's 5 after already.
That's too bad.
Yeah, I phoned my party a couple of minutes ago, and he's getting real impatient.
Well, don't let me keep you, fella.
You won't. Where's the thingamajig?
You mean the Butler petroleum detector?
Yeah.
I don't know, and what's more, I don't care.
Well, I care plenty. So open up, Waring.
Oh, careful, friend. I just had the suit pressed.
Now, listen, I never liked you, and I wouldn't need much excuse to part your hair with this cannon, so let's not have any smart answers, you understand?
Well, I just can't help it. I used to be a
quiz kid. Let go.
Come on, Lyons, drop it.
I'll drop it, Waring, right where it does the most good.
Waring? Waring!
Oh, cut it out, Butler.
You all right?
How can I tell with you slapping me silly?
I'm sorry. Can I get you anything?
Yeah, you wouldn't happen to have a spare head on you.
I'm afraid not. What happened?
Well, it'll take too long to tell you. How'd you find me?
I came up to see if you had any more information.
What about the police?
There's nothing new there.
You know if they've spoken to Pat Dryden yet?
Pat Dryden? Who's he?
It's a she. She was Johnny Webster's secretary.
Well, what's she got to do with this?
Well, she's a gal with plenty of ideas.
Hey, is she hooked up with Stevens? Because I'm convinced he's the boy I'm after. I'll bet you anything you want. He killed Webster and stole my model.
Now, look, Butler.
Don't misunderstand me, Waring. I don't think you had anything to do with it.
Oh, thanks. What time have you got?
10:30. Why?
Because I've got a hunch. And with a little luck, I may be able to wrap this whole thing up in a couple of minutes.
Who you calling?
Carl Conrad.
Oh, you're barking up the wrong tree.
I've been riding a merry-go-round for the past 24 hours. This time I got lucky and caught the gold ring.
Hello?
Hello, that you, Conrad?
Yes?
Mike Waring.
I have nothing to say
Now,
to you.
don't hang up, Conrad. You'll be sorry. Remember that proposition you made me this afternoon?
No.
All right, I'll refresh your memory. You offered me $100,000 for the working model of the Butler petroleum detector.
I'm no longer interested, Mr. Waring.
What?
I don't care to buy.
I'll sell it for $75.
I guess there's only one way to convince you I'm not interested.
Hello, Conrad. Conrad! Well, he hung up.
I'll get the number back.
No, there's no need to do that. I proved my point.
Oh? What was it?
Oh, I'm sorry, Butler. I thought you knew. I was just proving that you killed Johnny Webster.
The one thing I can't decide, Mike, is just who owes whom an apology.
I suppose we call the honors even, Jess. We both made mistakes.
You sure you didn't make one in turning Arthur Butler over to the police?
Oh, no. There's no question about that. Butler killed Johnny, all right.
Why?
Well, to convince us that the detector had been stolen from him when it never had been.
But why should a man steal from himself?
No reason, except he could make a very handsome profit thereby.
I don't get it.
You know that contract you had with Butler?
Yes.
Well, after Butler signed it, Conrad offered him more for the model, but by then it was too late. Butler knew he couldn't break the contract with you because you've sued and collected every penny he had. You follow me?
I think so. Is that why Butler refused to accept my check?
Sure, he knew it was good. He just wanted to stall. That's when he decided on this brilliant scheme of robbing himself.
That was the only way he could weasel out of the contract.
Now you've got it. The Butler Petroleum detector was unique. If it was stolen, there was nothing you could do about it. You couldn't ask him to turn over the plans because none existed.
I still don't see why he killed Johnny.
Well, he had to. With Webster on the scene every minute of the time, Butler's story of the theft would never stand up. But this way, with Johnny dead, it looked even better.
Yeah. But how did you learn the truth?
At 10 o'clock tonight, Conrad was ready to buy the model from Lyons. Now, Lyons didn't have it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to my place. And he couldn't have gotten it from me because I never had it to begin with.
So
when I phoned Conrad just half an hour later, he was no longer interested in the model, not at any price. Well, that convinced me that Conrad already had it. A man doesn't cool off like that. So the only one he could have bought it from was Butler. Once I hit on that, the rest was easy.
I see.
Yes, it's simple enough now. But we all should have realized it right at the beginning.
Why?
You don't know your detective stories. In practically all of them, it's always the butler who did it. Good night, Jet.
There comes a time in the life of every homemaker when she has to fix a dinner fast. And that's when Kraft Dinner is such a help. You see, in just 7 minutes cooking time, Kraft Dinner makes delicious macaroni and cheese. Wonderful, tender macaroni with fine cheese flavor all through, just like I said, in only 7 minutes cooking time. That's because every package of Kraft Dinner gives you a special quick-cooking macaroni and just the right amount of Kraft grated for that grand cheese flavor. So, tomorrow, get a couple of packages of Kraft Dinner. The Case of the Witty Widow. The Case of the Witty Widow. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that some women use guns on their menfolk only because they have scruples about divorce. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Thamon was starred as the Falcon, with Elspeth Eric as Pat. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley, he speaking, for the Kraft Foods Company.
Enjoy Phil Regan's camp show today, and remember Tallulah's big show on NBC.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
The star of radio's Top Secret seemed unlikely to end up as a Hollywood personality. Alana Hammassy, known by her stage name of Alana Massey, was born in Budapest on June 16th in either 1910 or 1912. Her family in Budapest, Hungary, was abysmally poor. However, Alana looked beyond her humble beginnings and worked towards a dream of being an opera singer. At 14, she went to work as a seamstress for about $12 a week and parceled out a bit of her hard-earned money for singing lessons. It wasn't just her singing that turned heads. The blonde and blue-eyed Alana was exceptionally beautiful. Certainly that helped her hopes for a career on the stage. As a young adult, she went to Vienna to try her luck at the City Opera and worked as an understudy. According to one Hollywood biography, she got her chance when she went on stage for an ailing star. Others say that she was discovered by a Hollywood talent agent for MGM while singing at a party. But in any case, she found herself in Hollywood, contracted to MGM in 1937. Massey would learn English even while performing in movies. Within 2 years, she'd become fluent in English and was taking on larger roles. None of her movie roles were major hits, but her lovely singing voice and blonde bombshell figure kept her working in the business, whether in movies, on stage, or in some radio spots from the late 1930s through the 40s and most of the 50s. Her sultry voice and foreign accent may have been what suggested her for the lead role of Baroness Karen Gazer in the radio drama Top Secret. She continued her acting after Top Secret with some additional movies and television appearances. Alana was married 4 times. 3 were youthful and brief marriages, but the 4th in 1955 was to a highly placed Air Force officer, Donald Dawson, one-time aide to Harry S. Truman. Now, Hollywood's a long way from Washington, D.C., but it may be that Alana met Donald while picketing against communism at the Capitol. She had brought family members to the United States from Hungary, and the experiences they shared about life under communism rule turned her into an activist. Alana once remarked that she was a simple girl and probably always would be. Her early years of abject poverty caused her to be content with a roof over her head, clothes to wear, and enough food to eat. She seemed unsuited for the fairy tale world of Hollywood, and her plain speaking was not always considered proper for a star. This may be why, after her marriage to Donald, she made few acting appearances and settled into a life of the wife of a politically connected retired military man. Alana Massey passed away on August 20th, 1974, at Bethsaida, Maryland, after a brief illness. She was survived by her husband, and they had no children. For old-time radio researchers, I'm your announcer, Patrick Andre. Thank you for listening.
Pietro, keep your eyes on the road.
Oh, Baronessa, for 10 years I have driven a taxi in Rome. I know the city like my own cellar. Besides, so late at night, there is no traffic.
It wouldn't make any difference to you if there was.
Oh, Baronessa, do not be so serious. Come, sing a song with me.
Oh, no, Pietro. It's late and I'm tired.
But I'm your favorite taxi driver. Come, Baronessa, one chorus, huh?
Well, all right, but keep your mind on the driving.
La 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 la
Assignment 6 began in a nightclub in Rome. I had left Germany for good. Our counter-espionage ring in Berlin had blown up. I was operating alone as a singer in the club Ulpia near the Foro Romano. A week ago, even before I had finished my song, I noticed a man seat himself at my table, a table at the edge of the tiny dance floor, a table which was invariably reserved for me alone. Thank you very much. This is my table, senor. Men do not sit at it without an invitation.
Please, Baroness, extend that invitation. I have to discuss with you a matter of great urgency. Please, 3 minutes. Then if you wish, we'll leave.
Very well. 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Erich Kemka. I am German. I am presently employed by the Italian Mint. It is imperative for my wife and me to get out of Rome at once.
What are you afraid of? Your hands are trembling.
I am afraid for my life, Baroness. I have in my possession a secret of such immense importance that it could well decide Italy's future in the war.
What has that to do with me?
Will you have some wine, Baroness? I am not being forward, believe me. I know you are of the Hungarian nobility, but these are strange times, please.
Yes, if you wish.
Thank you. Waiter, Some wine here, please.
You were saying, Herr Kemka.
I wish to sell you a secret which...
Sell it?
I know you are an allied agent, Baroness. And believe me, your government would consider the price very reasonable.
How much?
100,000 Swiss francs.
Surely you don't expect me to buy it blind.
No.
It's only the wine. Nobody's going to hurt you. Pour it, Rodolfo. Thank you.
Thank you, waiter. Oh, take it out of this, please.
To your health, Herr Kemka.
Thank you, Baroness.
Now tell me, what is this all about?
It is a secret. A secret so fantastic that you will not believe it.
Well, if I don't believe it, I won't buy it.
I cannot tell you now. But if you will come to my apartment in the morning, here's my card. Kemka, 10 Piazza Chiesa Nuova. It is beside the library, apartment 2. The telephone is 41708.
Thank you.
Baroness, what I know can ruin Italy. This I will prove to you in the morning. Will you give me 5,000 now? Tomorrow, the rest, after you see the proof.
Will you wait a moment while I get my purse?
Certainly, Baroness.
Is that 41708?
Yes.
Does Erich Kemka live there?
Yes, but he's not in. I believe he went to the Club Ulpia. This is Frau Kemka speaking.
You are his wife?
Yes. Is there a message?
Tell me, what is your address?
10 Piazza Chiesa Nuova. Who is this?
Thank you. I will call later. Herr Kemka, I decided to trust you. Here's your 5,000 francs. If this secret is worth what you say it is, you will get the rest in the morning.
Thank you, Baroness.
And now I have to sing. Will you excuse me?
May I finish my wine? I will leave before you return to your table.
Of course. Good night, Herr Kemka.
Good night.
Thank you very much. And now I should like to sing for you one of my very favorite songs called Wie, wie, nur du allein. From somewhere in the smoky room, a gun had been fired. I felt one of the bullets graze my hair. Instantly, the lights went out. And when order was restored, Erich Kemka had vanished. The next morning, I contacted my assistant, the only other Allied operator in Rome whom I trusted. Victor was a Roman, but he had been brought up in America. U.S. intelligence had just recently sent him back to Italy. He was a young man, and a man of many talents. He drove me to Herr Kemka's house.
What was the address again?
10 Piazza Chiesa Nuova.
I see. You say you gave him 5,000 francs.
You know, there is something about Kemka that makes me believe him.
Like what?
Victor, I've never saw a man so terrified. He shook. He could hardly drink his wine. And he left without getting his change from a 10,000 lira note. Victor, that car! Porto!
Esta de Porto!
It was deliberate. Deliberate.
Why, he came right at me.
I know, I saw it. It was deliberate.
Did you notice his license, Karen?
No, it happened so fast.
You're getting famous, Karen. That's twice in 12 hours somebody's tried to kill you.
I knew Kemka was telling the truth. This is something vital. I have a feeling that...
Wait. There's number 3.
Yes.
5. 7.
There it is. The one with the big door.
Let me go in first, Karen.
I started this. I'll finish it.
Watch your step.
Thanks.
isn't it? Yes. A courtyard and a fountain.
Apartment 2. There it is.
A bottle of Asti says Mr. Kempka is out.
I'll take that bet.
He's probably still spending your 5,000 francs.
No, I'm sure he wasn't pretending. His terror was so awful.
Huh? At any rate, he's not in.
Try the door.
All right. It's open. Herr Kempka.
There is nobody home.
I don't think we should just walk in, do you?
Oh, Victor, look.
What?
Look over there.
Is that him?
Yes.
Right through the head.
What's in his hand?
Wait a second. It's a 10,000 lira note.
Let me see.
Karen, this is no place for us.
Wait a minute.
Please, Karen, let's not get mixed up in anything.
Look at his clothes.
What?
His suit's brand new, not even wrinkled. And his shoes, the strap on his watch, it's hardly been worn at all.
What are you doing?
Just seeing where he bought his shoes. Take his watch off. Take it off, I said.
All right, Karen, but let's get out of here. This is a job for the police.
Why would he have 10,000 lira note in his hand?
I don't know. And Karen, the money's new, too. Look. It's wrinkled, but it's crisp, clean. Wait a minute. I think maybe I've got it. New money, new shoes, new watch. He must be passing counterfeit money. It must be. He can't go around changing 10,000 lira notes, so he buys something for 1,000 in order to get good money and change.
Did you get his watch?
Yes. Look, let's clear out of here.
I wonder where his wife is.
Oh, he's married?
Yes. I talked to her on the telephone. He knew this was going to happen. He knew last night someone would try to kill him.
He looks harmless enough now.
That he knew a secret, Victor. A secret worth 100,000 Swiss francs. I couldn't get Erich Kempka out of my mind. He had been afraid, terribly afraid. We couldn't locate his wife. Victor watched the house all day, but she did not return. I knew there was more to this than just a small-time passer of counterfeit money. What had his secret been? What secret could be worth 100,000 Swiss francs and be so vital as to affect the war efforts of Italy? I was determined to find out. First, I went to the store where Erich Kempka had purchased his new shoes. And it seems there had been a fire. Excuse me, officer. Where is Saracini's?
The shoe shop, signorina?
Yes.
This is the way. There was a fire early this morning.
Was anyone hurt?
The owner is Signor Cardotti.
Are any of the employees around?
See, over there. The short girl with the light hair.
Yes.
She wrapped to the parcels, eh?
Thank you.
Do not go too close to the building, please.
Signorina. Are you speaking to me? Yes, how did the fire start? Oh, I do not know. Early this morning, 5 o'clock, they say. You see, I'm trying to locate a man named Kempka, Erich Kempka. He bought shoes here very recently. Did you know him? No, Signorina. I only wrapped the parcel. Who looked after the money? All money was handled by Signor Cardotti. He's the first.
Good afternoon, Signorina. May I help you?
Yes, I'm trying to find out about this watch.
Si, Signorina?
It was bought here.
Si, it is one of our best sellers.
Would you by any chance remember the man who purchased it?
Oh, Signorina, we have many customers.
You mean you keep no record of your sales?
Well, unless it was a charge account, Signorina.
Would you mind looking?
What name, Signorina?
Kempka, Erich Kemp.
Kemp?
What? What's the matter?
I do not know who you are, but please. There is something going on with this man. I get...
Oh, please tell me. Please do. I promise no one will know you have talked to me.
Well, late yesterday, just as we were closing, two men came in and at the point of a gun demanded money.
You were robbed?
No. They took 6 10,000 lira notes. They gave me others in exchange.
I don't understand.
They examined all the money I had taken in during the past 3 days. Only the 10,000 lira notes. They took 6, put them in an envelope. They did not steal them. The big one gave me 60,000 lira from his pocket. And, Signorina, they asked me the same question. Do think I know anything about a man named Eric Kemka.
The shoe store had been burned. The shop where he purchased his tie in the Corso Victorio was closed. There were heavy boards nailed across the door, and a sign marked, "Closed by government order until further notice." Closed by government order. Every single clue as to what had happened to Erich Kemper during the 48 hours before his murder led to nothing. Late that night, after my last show at the Club Ulpia, I took a taxi home. As usual, Pietro, my favorite driver, had waited for me. He felt it part of his job to see me safely home each night. Pietro, keep your eyes on the road.
Oh, Baronessa, for 10 years I have driven a taxi in Rome. I know the city like my own cellar. Besides, there is no traffic.
It wouldn't make any difference to you if there was.
Oh, Baronessa, do not be so serious. You're too young to be sad. Come, sing a song with me, eh?
Oh, no, Pietro, it's late and I'm tired.
But I'm your favorite taxi driver. Come, Baronessa, one chorus.
Well, all right. Let's keep your mind on your driving. La 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 la.
Did you see him, Baronessa?
I'll get the doctor.
No, Baronessa. The bullet is dead.
A bullet from the blackness of the Roman night and Pietro was dead. A kindly, warm-hearted friend dead. From a bullet intended for me. I spent a sleepless night going over what I knew about Erich Kemker. What had been his secret? Where was his wife? Why had she disappeared? Why were the 10,000 lira notes so important? The next morning, I got in touch with an official in the Italian Mint. Kemker had told me he worked there.
I have heard you sing many times at the Club Ulpia, Baronessa. Many times.
Thank you, Commendatore Orsini.
Is there some way in which I may be of service?
Yes. I'm trying to praise one of your employees.
Ah. May I ask why?
Well, I'm curious about him.
Oh, surely one of the most sought-after women in Rome does not have to pursue her romance.
You forget yourself, Commendatore.
My apologies, Baronessa. What is his name?
His name is Kemka.
Kemka?
Do you know him?
Excuse me, Baronessa. I will be back in a few minutes.
I waited in the office. It was magnificently furnished. Suddenly, I noticed that the front drawer in the desk was slightly open. It was easy to open it a little more. There were 10,000 lira notes. Hundreds of them, all brand new. Why? Why does an official of the Italian Mint keep his desk drawer stuffed with money? The 10,000 lira notes.
Baronessa, I'm going to give you some advice. Forget about Erich Kemka. Forget you have ever heard the name.
But why? Why is this mystery about an ordinary little man?
He was not an ordinary little man. He was one of our most trusted employees.
Was?
He resigned.
Why?
Baronessa, keep your beautiful nose out of the Kemka affair.
He knew something, didn't he?
I repeat, Baronessa, forget him. Otherwise, something unfortunate may happen to you. Now go home and stay home.
But Commendatore Orsini, why, he's one of the most prominent citizens in Rome.
Yes, but when he talked about Kemka, he used the past tense.
Even so, he just couldn't have murdered Kemka. It seems impossible.
Then why did he suddenly go white when I mentioned Kemka's name?
I don't know.
He jumped up and ran out of his office. The drawer in his desk is stuffed with brand new 10,000 lira notes.
Look, Karen, let's give it a rest for a while. Why don't you try to get some sleep?
All right.
You look exhausted.
I am.
Okay, I'll run along. I'll see you at the club around 10.
All right.
And lock this door, will you?
I will.
Goodbye for now.
Goodbye.
step aside, young man? If it's the Baroness, she's out. The Baronessa is not out. Sorry, she told me so herself. I am the Commendatore Orsini of the Italian Mint. I am ordering you to step aside. Nice. I will give you 5 seconds to get out of my way, and then... Gentlemen, this afternoon I was brutally assaulted in the hall outside this woman's apartment. I am certain TimeCodes are the facts. Somewhere a pair of 10,000 lira notes are missing. All the others were recovered.
But why is this woman not dead? She sings at a nightclub. It should be easy.
We are dealing with a baronessa, not a jeweler or a shoe clerk. She is internationally known. She has many influential friends.
So have we. Are we not the 3 most powerful men in Italy?
Well, what do you say, Alberto? Oh. The finger across the throat is a peasant gesture. All right. Tonight, I will do it myself.
Piccolina, I run a nightclub, not a school for the police. Do not meddle, Karen. Orsini is a dangerous man.
Did you bring the money?
I do not want you to be.
Did you?
Yes.
Let me see them quickly.
Karen, you're foolish. These are strange times in Rome, in all Italy. Mussolini...
Guido, let me see the money.
Here.
Is this all of them?
That is every 10,000 lira note I have taken in since last Monday. Sorry to be late, Karen. There's still no sign of his wife. I've had someone watching the house all afternoon. The both of you are the fools. You are meddling in something that is dangerous. When you are through with the money, Karen, bring it to my office, eh?
Victor. Yes. They traced his shoes, his watch. But they can't trace wine.
What do you mean?
I suddenly remembered that when Kemka talked to me here, he'd ordered wine. He paid for it with a 10,000 lira note. He even forgot his change. In this bundle is every 10,000 lira note the club has taken in since last Monday.
Have you got the one you found on Kemka?
Yes.
Then we compare them, right?
Right.
All right. How about this one?
No. I wish we knew what we were looking for.
This one?
No. I know it has something to do with... Victor, look.
What?
That's the one. This one we found in Kepka's hand. That one he spent for wine. Look at them.
You mean... What, they're both the same?
Yes.
They're identical. But Karen, it can't... This is unbelievable. This could ruin Italy.
That was his secret.
Do you realize what this will mean once people find out? It'll wreck the whole country.
That's what we are here for.
What are you going to do?
Tomorrow morning, every newspaper in Italy will headline this story.
Karen, you want it on the telephone?
Thank you, Guido. Wait here. I'll be right back.
Right.
Hello? Hello?
Hang up, Baronessa. Quickly, hang up. This is no time for fooling, Baronessa. You will come with me quietly, or I will cut your throat like a chicken.
So, Commendatore Orsini is a murderer.
You will take my arm and walk quietly out to my car. If necessary, I am quite willing to be arrested for your murder.
Even through my clothes, I could feel the point of his knife. We got into his car and tore through the streets of Rome at breakneck speed. It was when we reached the Appian Way that I saw the lights of Victor's coupe in the rear vision mirror.
Could that coupe possibly be following us? I wonder. This is a trick, Baronessa. Never try to race. It is much easier to let one's pursuer pass one. Come, Baronessa. Your head on my shoulder.
I won't.
The Orsini name is as good as yours. That's better. Now, who would suspect you of being kidnapped? You see, he never noticed. He thought we were lovers.
Where are you taking me?
My country house. I seldom use it now except for affairs of a delicate nature. Affairs like this.
I will tell you nothing. Nothing.
Stay standing, Baronessa, perfectly still against the wall. Don't move. I was clumsy with Kemka, but that was because I'm not at home with a gun. Tonight is different. Swift. Silent. Scream if you wish, Baronessa. This house is empty. There are no neighbors.
You monster!
Erich Kemka stole a bundle of 10,000 lira notes. We have recovered all of them except 2. Where are they?
They are quite safe. Whether you will kill me or not, every paper in Rome will publish the story in the morning.
Have you ever seen a knife-throwing act, Baronessa? No? Then perfectly strict.
No.
Surely, Baronessa, you do not want to die so cheaply. 2 10,000 lira notes. Who has them? Someone at the club? Tell me where they are.
I will never tell you.
The next knife will go through your arm, Baronessa. I will not kill you quickly as I did with Kemka. Your death will be slower.
In the name of heaven, who are you?
I am Erich Kemka's wife. For days I have sat in this house. I knew he killed my husband. When he admitted it, I shot him.
Well, it's in every paper now, Karen. Headline, 6 inches high. Prices of everything are soaring.
Everybody will want double salary.
Right.
Twice as much for goods. We couldn't have done more for the Allied war effort if we bombed Italy to rubble.
Runaway inflation.
It happened in Germany during the 20s. A loaf of bread was 1,000,000 marks. You needed a suitcase to carry the money for a pair of shoes.
And it will happen here.
Within a week.
You know, I always thought the mint could print money anytime it liked.
For every piece of paper money, they need so much gold. Otherwise, the paper money isn't worth...
The paper it's written on?
Exactly.
I'd never have noticed the serial numbers were the same on those 2 notes, I tell you that.
The 2 notes became 1 note. Kemka made off with a bundle of them. They had to kill him.
Murdered for 2 10,000 lira notes.
Printed in duplicate.
You have just heard Ilona Massey as the Baroness Karen Gazer in another transcribed drama of intrigue and espionage before and during World War II. Here she is with a clue for you about next week.
Next week, an experience I had in Switzerland. The terrifying story of Operation Dust. And of a wonderful friend whom I have never seen since. Operation Dust is a story which has been until now top secret.
Exciting news for adventurous culture, heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty, experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.